Hello, welcome back. I hope you guys are having a lovely day. Today, we are posting the other half of the book vlogs for the first book of A Song of Ice and Fire. This book has been so incredibly fun, and honestly, the whole book journey has been so incredibly fun. But at the moment on the Patreon, we are currently halfway through A Clash of Kings, and I have been planning to post one half of a book vlog on YouTube a month just because these videos take me a really long time to edit. But if you would like early access to Clash of Kings, that is up on Patreon, and then this is our book vlog post for this month. So this is the end of Game of Thrones and my reaction to it and all my thoughts. I'm sorry for my crackhead theories. Okay, I'm warning you now. But yeah, that's all I've got for this intro. Like and subscribe, feel up to it, besties, and let's read our book. We are on to Tyrion. Oh my gosh, Tyrion's with Mord. Mord, give him the food. Tyrion said, I hope you die. Poor Tyrion. It's one thing to like have him captive. It's a whole nother thing to be like throwing his food over the side of the face. You know what I'm talking about. The opening. And like kicking him and whatever. Like, Tyrion doesn't deserve that. They also took his cloak? That's terrible. He was a bee in a stone honeycomb, and someone had torn off his wings. The floor slopes? Oh, hell no. He can't even like sleep peacefully because of the sloped floor. Like if he were to sleep, he could roll off the edge. That's terrible. Interesting. Somebody had written in blood, the blue is calling. I'm wondering if blue is like a tie to the others or the White Walkers. Because we also had last chapter with Bran. One of the wildlings had like blue intestines. Which I'm still trying to figure out why they were described as like blue snakes. But I feel like blue is a tie to the others somehow. Damn. Tyrion was in such a horrible mood when they got to the Vale because Bronn had to carry him the rest of the way because he was too weak to make it. So he was just like humiliated in a horrible mood. I think it's so interesting being in Tyrion's mind because you can see just like how crafty his brain is. He's like, okay, the best way to get out of this scenario is to do this. And in that scenario, his best way would have been to be quiet. And because he was so pissed off, he just couldn't. But it's very fascinating seeing how his mind works. There's so many mentions of the Eyrie being impregnable. I feel like there's gonna be like a Vale battle or something. There has to be. Because even Tyrion said, not impregnable, just merely inconvenient. Interesting, he's thinking of Cersei right now. He's like, if Cersei kept her wits, she would insist that the king sit on the judgment. Would the king listen to Robert, or would the king listen to the queen? So he's like expecting Cersei to maybe play a hand in this. That's interesting, because I feel like Show Tyrion would never even think that Cersei would try. He said, if only Cersei were clever enough to see that. Because he's talking about how the Starks and the Lords of the Land, and if the Starks went to the Iron Throne and like had basically said like, oh, the Lannisters, we need to get rid of them, Tyrion said it would be the end of them. Yikes. So he said that Cersei is very cunning, but her pride is what blinds her. And then Jaime is not cunning, but he's very quick to anger. And he's like thinking of Jon Arryn, he's thinking of Bran, and he's like, you know, the Jon Arryn thing is a little too sneaky to be my siblings, but the Bran thing. Perhaps the direwolf and the lion were not the only beast in the woods, and if that were true, someone was using him as catspaw. Tyrion, you brilliant man. He knows that there's a third person in on this. It's Littlefinger. Tyrion's doing his confession right now. What I still don't understand is why Kat brought Tyrion to Lysa and then was like, I have Tyrion Lannister for you. And then Lysa wants to kill him. Like, she hates this man. And Kat's like, no, don't kill him. Kat, what did you think was gonna happen? Like, you brought Tyrion Lannister to Lysa Arryn. Of course she's gonna try to kill him. Like, insane. It just, the thought process just doesn't click. Like, I'm like, okay, what was the whole point of bringing Tyrion here if you didn't want him to, like, be on trial or potentially die? Like, what did you think was gonna happen? Interesting. So in the show, Tyrion names the trial by combat, and then he names Jaime. But in the book, he walks in, he looks at Bran, and he thinks, what did he say? He, like, made this little comment that I thought was interesting. He said Tyrion gave him a long look, wondering, ... And then he later calls trial by combat. He's kind of like betting on Bran right now. It's very fascinating. He's a very good, like, read of people. Like, he kind of can read people and see, like, what they'll do. He's very good at that. Bran. So he does eventually name Jaime, but he has a feeling it's gonna get turned down. Like, when it gets turned down, he's not like... He kind of, like, already knows. He says, no one moved, and for a long moment he wondered if it had all been a colossal blunder. And then Bran stepped up. Let's go, Bran! It's so fascinating being in Tyrion's head. Like, he's so different from everybody else. He's so calculated, he's so smart. Like, it's so fun seeing him, like, put pieces on the board or getting himself out of certain scenarios and just being in his head for that. Eddard. Guys, there's so many hints in Ned's chapter where it's like, he dreamt an old dream of 3 knights in white cloaks and a tower long fallen, Lyanna in her bed of blood. If I had read the books first, I would have figured it out. I would have figured it out sooner. But we need to talk about my Arya theory because my part 3 just posted yesterday and I want to go through you guys' comments and talk about them because somebody had commented something that feeds into my crack theory. You guys, it feeds into my crack theory. And listen, what you guys are going to learn about me is I'm very stubborn. And when I get a theory going, GG's. Like, the train has started. We can't get off the train, you know? So it's one of those things where, like, with Arya, the train has started. And I can't get off the train. And I think I'm going to die on this hill of, like, Arya means something to the plot. Arya means something to Jon. Arya means something to the plot. Because it's just... Listen, I've read a lot of authors. I've read good authors. I've read bad authors. I've read in-between authors. And when it comes to authors like a good author, I feel like they do red herrings and they do little hints. And then on top of that, they'll do little things to, like, throw you off every once in a while. But the amount of times Arya and Jon are tied in together, it just is no longer like a coincidence, or it's no longer like a nudge, because there's already like a million nudges to Jon's heritage, right? So to me, I'm like, I kind of view them separately, as when we have an author as crazy as this one, they make crazy plot twists, but they'll make plot twists inside of plot twists. So it's one of those things where it's never going to be just one straightforward plot twist. That's always going to be with, like, a newer writer. But writers like this, they do plot twists inside a plot twist, inside a plot twist, inside a plot twist. For example, Harry Potter. Y'all know Harry Potter. I'm not going to spoil anything for you if you haven't watched Harry Potter, but Harry Potter, regarding the ending, plot twist inside a plot twist inside a plot twist, right? Like, it's not just one plot twist. So when it comes to Jon, and when we have Jon's heritage and whatever, I think there's plot twists inside a plot twist when it comes to Jon. I don't think it's just one simple plot twist of his heritage. I think there's more to it. And when Ned says promises, I think, like, when I was talking about his last chapter we read with him, and he was like, oh, like, I have kept these promises for Lyanna. That tells me that it's plot twist inside a plot twist. It's multiple twists. It's not just Jon's heritage. And so that leaves me with me trying to find things. You know what I mean? And Arya has something to do with it, and Ashara Dane has something to do with it. And I could be, listen, I could be off my rocker with Arya. I could be. But somebody had commented this, and I think it's interesting. I think it's worth... Sus is going crazy. I think it's worth pointing out on the Jon and Arya front that in George's original plot line, which ended up changing heavily, he sent to his publisher when trying to get A Song of Ice and Fire greenlit, Arya and Jon were going to be an incest relationship. Listen, I know that's effing gross, but who does that? Targaryens, okay? That's not a Stark thing. That's never a Stark thing. That's a Targaryen thing. So why would Arya be involved in that if she's a Stark? Let me ask. And I know y'all are gonna be like, well then technically, they're only like half, they're not even siblings at all, so like it's okay. But like, what if Arya is also somehow Targaryen? I don't know, okay? I don't know how it works. I just feel like Arya is involved in this somehow. Maybe it's not her heritage, okay? Because we know Kat admitted, like, yes, this is my daughter, but like maybe it's not a heritage thing. And maybe it's something to do with like her gift. I don't know. Arya's involved in this somehow, okay? I don't know. I need to like really spend some thought with this and like really think on it, but I definitely think there's way more to the Jon Snow heritage plot twist than just his heritage. Like, I think there's a lot more to it, especially with the entire line of promises. But the whole, like, Arya and Jon being in an incest relationship definitely leads me to, like, Arya is 100% involved in this somehow. I just can't piece together how. And I, like, keep wanting to say heritage, but heritage honestly wouldn't make sense, like a parentage thing. But that just honestly wouldn't even make sense because Kat did admit to having her. So it's, like, one of those things of, like, okay, unless the father was, like, Sir Arthur Dayne or something, that wouldn't make any sense, would it? I don't know. She's in this somehow, though. I'm going to figure it out. I will figure it out. We're only halfway through book 1. Okay, we have time, y'all. We have time. But anyways, let's read about Ned. Also, another thing, too, is, like, this feeds into my theory of, like, it's plot twists inside of plot twists inside of plot twists. Because Ned says, Ned had known their faces as well as he knew his own, but the years leech at a man's memory, even those he has vowed to never forget. So he's like admitting that this is what he remembers, but there could be more to it. Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, had a sad smile on his lips. There's a relationship there between Ned and Sir Arthur. Ooh, his sword is called Dawn. That's sick. We have Dawn and Ice. Ooh. So we had Sir Arthur Dayne, Oswell Went, and Sir Gerald Hightower. Not a Hightower! That's insane! Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. I wonder what Sir Gerald means by this. Ned is like, oh, I was at the Trident, you weren't there, whatever, whatever. And then Sir Gerald said, far away, or Eris would yet sit on the Iron Throne, and our false brother would burn in 7 hells. Is he talking about Robert? False brother. Sir Arthur Dayne said, our knees do not bend easily. Period, King. That's so interesting that Ned can't remember the men that was with him. He remembers a few of them. He remembers Cassell, Theo Wool, Ethan Glover, Howland Reed, Lord Dustin, but then he says the rest of them are wraiths. Like he said, Ned's wraiths moved up beside him. Interesting. There's so much more to this story, guys. There's so much more to it. You guys, I'm worried for my mental health when I get further into these books. I'm gonna be like over here like tweaking. We're gonna have like a theory wall. Like it's gonna be so bad. Rest in peace, Jory. Ned's asking about his daughters, and he said, Sansa prays quietly, but Arya, she's a fierce little thing, my lord. I've never seen such anger in a girl. Damn. I also was thinking, you know how in, I think it was like Ned 7, don't quote me on that, I could be wrong, but he was talking about the Silent Sisters, and he said it was like a bad omen to look on the face of death, basically, or like to see dead people before the Silent Sisters have seen them. And it made me think of Arya, where it's like, Arya serves the god of death, but like, does she become death in a way? Like, I really want to know Arya's story in the books a little more, because would it be a bad omen to like look on Arya's face after she gets training, after she starts working with the God of Death? You know what I mean? Jory's dad died in the fight with Rhaegar. Or not Rhaegar, Sir Arthur Dayne. And then he said, it was said that Rhaegar had named that place the Tower of Joy, but for Ned it was a bitter memory. Interesting. I'm thinking over here. He's talking about the Lyanna memory. He said they had been 7 against 3, yet only 2 had lived to ride away. Eddard Stark and Howland Reed. He did not think it omened well that he should dream that dream again after so many years. They could still be alive. You know what I mean? Sir Arthur Dayne could still be alive. Because he didn't say that they all died. He said it very weird. You know, like, I feel like typically if you're recounting a battle, like, he would be like, oh, I killed them all and whatever, whatever. But he said only 2 had lived to ride away. So what if somebody stayed back? Like Sir Arthur Dayne. Are we sure Sir Arthur Dayne is dead? Something so weird, you guys. I don't know. I'm looking for things. 8 men died in this, like, Jaime-Ned quarrel. Out of focus again. Dang. So we're talking to the king and Cersei and, you know, Ned's in the bed right now, whatever. The whole mess. And the King Robert said, Jaime slew 3 of your men and you 5 of his. Now it ends. Ned killed 5 of his men on his own? That's insane. Ooh, Ned is sassy. He said, is that your notion of justice? If so, I'm pleased that I'm no longer your hand. Cersei said, if a man had dared to speak to a Targaryen as he's spoken to you. She has a point. Robert, you are king. You shouldn't allow Ned to talk to you that way. Damn. I mean, I know we all have a bias against the Lannisters, right? But it's like at the same time, Cersei just got smacked up by Robert. Is she wrong? You know, if you really sit and think on it, put yourself in a Lannister perspective. You're sitting here with the king. Ned comes out of nowhere. Cat captures Tyrion with no proof. I mean, obviously the Lannisters have done shiesty stuff, but that's a different thing. And then Ned gets kind of like coddled by King Robert. Then he's being like super rude and sassy to King Robert. And Cersei, being queen, is like, this isn't acceptable. Why are you letting him talk to you like this? And then King Robert's like, whatever. I mean, Cersei has a point. Like, you do have to keep up a standard, even though he's your friend. Like, you are still the king. Like, he needs to watch his tongue. Sorry, Ned. The king said, how could you fight someone if you can't hit them? He doesn't understand. He said, Rhaegar won. He died at my feet. They made up songs about it, yet somehow he still won. He has Lyanna and I have Cersei. Damn. That's a good point from Ned. He said, why would you want me as your hand if you refuse to listen to my counsel? Very true. Yikes. Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting reading or like going back through season 1 in a way as somebody who's like finished the show now. It's just like, I feel like my opinions are a lot more easily swayed because like I feel like I'm able to kind of resonate with Cersei a little more or resonate with King Robert a little more. And even his little comments of like, oh, Rhaegar won. Like, it's really sad seeing just how much King Robert hates this position. He hates this. And it's so obvious. Cat. Damn. This entire paragraph is insane. So we're learning about Alyssa's tears. And she's talking about how there was this woman who never shed a tear. And the gods decreed that she would know no rest until her weeping watered the black earth of the Vale in her death, where the men she had loved were buried. And then Catelyn said, Catelyn wondered how large a waterfall her own tears would make when she died. So she's like kind of alluding to her being like cold again. She's making a lot of comments about her being like cold. Like she said her heart was stone. Now she's saying like she never cries, which is very interesting because I still don't feel that way about Kat. Like when Bran got injured, like she was a mess. So it's like, I don't know why she views herself that way, but maybe she feels like she's turning really cold. We're preparing for battle. Lord Edmure went to, or he sent riders to Castle Rock to like talk to Tywin and be like, hey, why are you making an army? Hey, chill. And that's very interesting. And then he said, he vows to you that he will yield no foot of Tully land without first watering it with Lannister blood. Lord Edmure's locked in. He doesn't even know what's going on. And he's like, all right, let's get ready for battle. That's crazy. This is how she knows her father's not doing good, because he would never have Lord Edmure be in charge of this. Interesting. So Kat is kind of like irritated with Lysa right now because she's still going through with like Tyrion's trial. And she said, the dwarf has played her like a set of pipes and she is too deaf to hear the tune. He kind of played you too, Kat, to be fair. Like, we can't blame Lysa for all of this. So she's kind of like in this point where she's like, whatever, I'm over it. Lysa's policies varied with her moods, and her moods changed hourly. Yikes. Oh, Kat wanted that confession to be done privately with Tyrion. Aw, Brendan wants to go see Lord Edmure and like help him out and see what's going on over there, especially because Kat's dad is sick and Lysa told him no because she needs all the men in the Vale. That's crazy. He said, F it, I'm leaving anyways. W-Cat, she said, I'll give you 1,000 men. Riverrun will not fight alone. Hey, Miss Ma'am, please don't eat my book. Dude, Celeste has been doing this weird thing where she like paws at my screen. I don't know why she's doing it. Is she trying to get me out of there? She doesn't use her claws or anything. She just paws at it. Guys, not yesterday, but the last time I was filming a book vlog, Celeste was on the counter and she pressed something on my keyboard thingy. And I don't know what happened, but it basically like paused my reaction, but it said I was still filming. And yeah, I cut out part of it. But anyways, I had finished Kat's chapter and I had made a few comments about like, I really liked that what was her name? Alyssa Aaron. I really liked that the statue was a part of the tournament. It's not a tournament. Why do you keep calling it a tournament? I really liked that the statue was a part of the fight. And I really liked seeing it out like in public instead of because I mean in the show we had the fight that was, you know, inside the Vale by the moon door, and instead in the book it was like outside, and I thought that was a really cool element. And then I also thought it was really cool that in the book we got to see a lot more of like how crafty Bran is, or how different of a fighter he is compared to like a traditional knight, and I thought that was really cool. But anyways, I had finished Kat's chapter and Bran won. You know the deal. But yeah, it got paused and I'm sorry, but I really didn't have a ton of comments. It was more of just like me commenting on how I really like we get to see like Bran's fighting style a little more. But other than that, that was pretty much it. But Tyrion is free, Tyrion is leaving, so we're on to Jon now. Okay, so Jon is being removed from Sir Alistair's training and being moved up. But the only reason they're moving them up is because they're getting more men, which I think is very fascinating because I don't think that was mentioned in the show. We just like knew that Jon was basically getting promoted, but now like we know Jon is only getting like moved out of Sir Alistair's training because like he doesn't have time for him anymore. Yikes. Jon's holding on to the hope that Benjen is still alive. Interesting. So all the guys want to be a ranger. It's not just Jon. It's like being a ranger is like the spot that everybody wants. So of course Jon wants it too. Aw, so Sam's not a part of this little promotion group. Sam is sad. Jon's like going out for a night ride, basically, which I didn't even realize he could do. And he's just like thinking of all the places he'll never get to see, like Braavos, Valyria, Dorne. And he said the world was down that road and he was here. Poor Jon. Dang, Jon's thinking about like just leaving before he swears his vows. He's like, I haven't sworn my vows yet. Like I could go home. And then he's like reminding himself that he's not welcome at Winterfell because of Lady Stark. Then he's thinking of his mom and who she was. That's interesting. Jon went all the way to the commander to wake him up and talk to him about Sam, potentially. Sorry, Maester Aemon. I meant to say Maester Aemon. I would love to know, like, Maester Aemon's story. Maybe we'll get more of it in the books. That would be cool. Jon is so smart for that. He went to Maester Aemon and he starts talking about his chain and he's like, your chain can't be forged with, like, the same type of thing over and over again. Like, it's multiple different metals for a reason, and maybe the Night's Watch needs multiple different men for a reason, not just a bunch of warriors. W. Jon, he's cooking. Hi, Celeste. Celeste, please stop trying to eat the tabs. What are you doing? Maester Aemon just said, Maester Luwin taught you well, Jon Snow. Your mind is as deft as your blade. That's sweet. W. Jon, that's so nice. I wish they didn't take that out of the show because that just adds so much character to Jon. Like during this time that they had just like randomly gotten promoted and then Jon threw a fit because he didn't get First Ranger, and it just kind of came off as like really bratty to me. But this is different, where it's like Jon got promoted basically because they didn't really have room for him, and then he's really like bummed and upset about it because that means they're leaving Sam behind. And so he goes out of his way to go talk to Maester Aemon to potentially like take on Sam, and it's just so sweet of him to do that. Like that he didn't have to do that, you know? Like that's so kind of him. Okay, we're on to Tyrion. Interesting. Did I just like not catch this? I don't know. Chicken was somebody that like I didn't really know, so I wasn't like super honed in on him. But Tyrion is making a comment that Bran killed him. Like he didn't absolutely need to, and Bran did. We're definitely seeing the like lack of honor / duty that Bran has very early in the books. He said, "Make no mistake, I fought for you, but I do not love you." Interesting. Tyrion is saying that the Starks, like Cat and Ned especially, they don't really like men that aren't like super honorable and duty bound. Like anybody like Bronn, Chicken, anybody like that, they typically don't like. That's very interesting. I didn't know that. That makes sense though. He's calling Bronn scum. I can't. Tyrion is so fascinating. He can read people like a book. Like he always knows people's motives. Tyrion made a comment of, I have no doubt you'd betray me as quick as you did Lady Stark if you saw a profit in it. That makes me wonder if that's like a foreshadow in some way, where like I know at the end of Game of Thrones we had Bronn come and threaten them, but I'm wondering if like if he were to ever finish the book, would Bronn genuinely like do something to harm Tyrion? Because he had also made a comment earlier that he would outlive Tyrion in like any scenario. So I'm wondering if maybe Tyrion dies in the future to Bronn. That'd be interesting. So Tyrion started a fire because he's trying to get the clansmen to come? Question mark. Bran said, "You have a plan." Tyrion said, "A hope, call it another toss of the dice." Tyrion wants to go to King's Landing and question them about the dagger. He's like, "I'm gonna figure this out. F y'all." We're learning about, or Tyrion is talking about the story of his wife and, you know, everything that happened with that. It makes it 10 times worse knowing that Jaime, like, bought a worker who was a maiden just to really sell it. And then they let them, like, have... Dude, they let Tyrion go so far with this. Like, that's a messed up thing. Like, in the show, they tell us a story. It's really effed up. You know, he says, like, oh, you know, they had sex and then they got married. And then they found out, like, the next day or a couple days later that it was, like, this whole plot. In the book, he, like, gets a cottage with her. And he said, for a fortnight, we played being man and wife. A fortnight is 2 weeks, I think, if I'm correct. That's 2 weeks of them letting them play this little game. And then after that, Jaime confessed it. I do think it's really cruel of Jaime to arrange this, though. Like, I think it's very surprising that it was Jaime, because he says Jaime arranged the whole affair, the road, the outlaws, all of it. He thought it was time I had a woman. Like, why would Jaime do that? I definitely think Tywin had a big influence on it, but it still sucks. Oh, and to make it worse, this story is so much more brutal. Like, the first one was brutal, but this is even more brutal. You know how, like, afterwards, Tywin has, like, all the guards sleep with her? Tyrion said, Lord Tywin made me go last. He gave me a gold coin to pay her because I was a Lannister and worth more. Oh my gosh. Bran said I would have killed the man that did that to me. See, this is more, I like this conversation more because, you know, in the show it's like, oh, they're getting drunk and they're just like telling stories and like Tyrion drunkenly says it. In this one, it's like just him and Bran and he like openly talked about this. You know, it's more personal. Bran said I would kill the man who did that to me. Tyrion said, you may get the chance one day. A Lannister always pays his debts. Tyrion is like Arya. He has like a list of names in his head that he's just like waiting to pay that debt. I definitely think like that would be really fun in the future because even when he got captured, he was like remembering all their names and thought like a Lannister always pays their debts. And he thinks the same thing with Tywin. So he has like this list of people he's gonna repay one day. And that's insane. Tyrion. He makes these crafts and schemes and they're very risky, but they always seem to work out for him. He has like a god of luck on his side, I swear. Because his risk with Bran worked out, and then now his risk with the clansmen worked out. And I think it's very interesting that he wanted to light the fire to kind of like summon them so that way he could offer this up to them. But the odds of this actually going through are insane. But Tyrion's pulling it off. That's crazy. Okay, y'all, we're back with Ned. So far, like, I just like posted my ranking and review of season 8 and I was like watching through it to edit it and I was like, oh, I just like feel like I don't know Ned as much anymore, like whatever, or like from the show. And with how much Ned we get in the books, like all these green tabs are Ned, and we definitely get like the most chapters with Ned. I definitely feel like I have such a better read on him as like a character versus like in the show, like I still felt like I didn't know Ned that well. So like I'm really liking the Ned chapters we get because I'm wondering where this book ends. If it ends like where season 1 ended with like Ned dying. So I'm wondering like how that's gonna look by the end of the book. But I'm loving the Ned chapters we get so far. Ned's sitting on the Iron Throne and he's talking about how it's so uncomfortable. And Aegon the Conqueror had said, a king should never sit easy. And that's why he made the chair that way. That's so cool. A white hart had been sighted in the Kingswood. Interesting. We've like learned kind of a little bit of the lore on the white harts with House of the Dragon. Ned said he never trusted what a man told him from his knees. Interesting. He knows that there's like, you know, like power in fear, and he's never gonna get like a solid, honest answer from fear. I also think it's interesting there's a lot more focus on the tension in the West in the book versus the show. In the show, like, we had learned that the mountain like went out and, you know, like ruined a village with like a sigil to cat, something like that, right? And it like was like so random to me because I was like, oh my gosh. And then I was like, oh yeah, it's because she took Tyrion. But in the books, like the tension in the West with like Lord Edmure and Castle Rock, like there's a lot more tension between the Lannisters and Riverrun right now. We're learning so much about the Iron Chair itself, or the throne itself, which is insane. Ned said he's sitting on it and he could feel a blade in between each finger, which is very fascinating. And they like the whole chair is like super sharp. And he said the Iron Throne was full of traps for the unwary, which I feel like is, you know, just a big hint at like the throne itself being a king or a queen itself. And then he said that it was made by Balerion the Black Dread from like a furnace that he had made. And then the chair itself had taken 59 days. And the chair could kill a man, and had, if the stories could be believed. Who did it kill? That's insane. I also think it's very fascinating that like somebody like King Robert, somebody who's so anti-Targaryen, still has the Iron Throne. Like I know it's just so symbolic and such a big deal, but it's Targaryen, you know, like it's such a Targaryen thing. So I think it's really fascinating that he never tried to get like a new throne, because we know he moved the dragon skulls. It also leads me to like so many questions with King Robert of like, you know, when we really think about it, after I'm learning like all of this like lore and tea on the Baratheon house and just kind of like how involved the Baratheon house was with the Targaryens, it's really fascinating that Robert Baratheon is the one to like have the rebellion, you know, like, and I'm learning more where it's Rhaenys is somehow like part Baratheon because she had called a Baratheon cousin in the first episode, and I just edited that. And then we also like learn from history and lore that there's potential rumor that they're like cousins or like half brothers with Aegon the Conqueror. Like Aegon the Conqueror was like really close with the Baratheon, and it was like hinted at that they were, I don't know, was this a comment or was this a history and lore? I don't know. I learned this somewhere where it was hinted that Aegon the Conqueror was potential like half brothers or cousins with a Baratheon. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is the Targaryens and the Baratheons have always had kind of like a relationship there. And so for Robert Baratheon to be the one to like rebel against the Targaryens and be the one to like bring down all the Targaryens, basically, it's a very big deal when we think of like history. It's very fascinating. This is such a bigger plot than what it was in the show. So he has the mountain ride out and like butcher this village basically. And then Edmure sends men to go get, you know, the survivors and have them go back to the king. But then Edmure also starts sending men to like other villages to protect those villages. And as I'm like reading this, I'm like, ooh, this has got to be like, you know, a play on Tywin's part to weaken Edmure. And then Ned thinks the same thing, and he said, that may be precisely what Lord Tywin wants, to bleed off strength from Riverrun. Yikes. So Tywin is playing with Lord Edmure right now. And it like secretly being the mountain is also another craft where it's like they don't have solid proof that the Lannisters did it. So if they were to retaliate, then the Tullys would be the first ones to start the war, not the Lannisters. Dude, Tywin is insane. He's so crafty. So he's sending out orders to go kill the mountain, but Loras like immediately was like, let me do it. LOL. And then he had Thoros, Beric, Sir Gladden, and Lord Lothar go do it. Interesting. Damn. Ned made a big move there, where I feel like in the show it made a little more sense. In the book, seeing how crafty and schemy Tywin was with this plot with the mountain, it kind of makes me, I mean, obviously makes me wary. I know the ending now, but it also makes me think like Ned should have played a different card here. You know, like it makes sense for him as somebody who's like, oh, you know, a northerner and that's the rules. Like it makes sense for him to make that call to kill the mountain. But because Tywin was so crafty and schemy with this, it would have made sense for him to do something a little differently. Like maybe just capture him and question him. But instead he's like stripping him of his rank and like sentencing him to die. Yikes. Interesting. Loras seems to like really be trying to get in with Ned. He kept like saying like, what about me? And then as Ned walked away, he could feel like Loras's sullen stare on him. Ooh, Varys has an interesting point. He's telling Ned that he should have sent Loras because then Ned could get an alliance with the Tyrells because he would need it with the Lannisters. Yikes. Varys is also saying Sir Ilyn is a little salty that Ned didn't send him. It's very interesting because like we see Ned trying to like rule for King Robert, but his bias is so heavily influenced in this that it's like he won't even send Sir Ilyn because he knows that Sir Ilyn is a part of the Lannister crew and he doesn't trust him, and then that's sowing discontent. And I just feel like if Tywin is moving so calculated and so carefully to where there's no solid proof that it was the mountain, we can't just automatically be like, oh, go kill the mountain and strip him of his rank. Like, you have no proof, you know? So, like, that's obviously putting you in a really bad spot with the Lannisters. Messy. I get what Ned is trying to do, but that wasn't the smartest thing to do in that scenario. For sure. I just don't think he understands how this court works. But this is probably my last chapter for this video this week, guys. It's been a busy week. But we will read more next week, and I'm super excited. Okay, bye! I just ordered a coffee and we're waiting for it to come. Anyways, while we're waiting for my coffee to arrive before I react to an episode, we need to chat about Arya and Jon. I think I finally had a little breakthrough with my Arya Jon theory, okay? So you know how I was like theorizing last book vlog and I was like, oh my gosh, like I feel like Arya's definitely involved in this, but like heritage would be, I don't know about heritage. I'm definitely at a point where I'm like, heritage is a no. You know, like with Arya, like heritage is a solid no because it would just be too similar. And I feel like authors like George R.R. Martin, do I have to say that? Can I say Martin? I feel like authors like Martin, he's not going to do the same plot twist inside of a plot twist. So if we have a Jon parentage plot twist, we're not going to have an Arya heritage plot twist as well. You know what I mean? Like we're going to have Arya in the mix, but she's not going to be the same plot twist as Jon. So I don't know why I was thinking that way, because like that's obvious. So here's my like final decision on Arya. I feel like Arya is, this is gonna sound so crackhead, okay? So I just need you guys to put your little tinfoil hats on and just accept it and just buckle in for the ride. Arya is Lyanna, Ashara, all the women reincarnated. Okay, listen, let me cook. I for a minute was like really honing in on like, okay, what if, you know, we haven't heard anything from Ashara. I'm assuming she's either dead or she's in hiding. What happened to Ashara? But if she's dead, like Arya could be Ashara reincarnated, which would then lead to Arya being able to have like cool assassin powers. I don't know, part of me feels like Arya might have a little touch of magic to her, just because like I feel like the whole, you know, Bravo's plotline and whatever like definitely has magic involved in it somehow. And so I've always kind of viewed Arya as always having maybe like a little touch of magic. So then that led me to the spiral of like, okay, what about reincarnation and whatever. But I was like, you know, let me take a step back and stop going down this spiral and let me make this theory based off of like how an author would actually write. And I was like, okay, let me take a step back. So a lot of authors love to do the symbolic moments, especially like with big characters like Arya. They're always symbolic to something. And so I was like, you know, if we're gonna think of symbolic nature, then Arya is going to be the symbolic reincarnation of Lyanna, of Ashara if she's dead, of, you know, like pretty much all these women who were bold, who were like, you know, different, and they didn't make it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I have all these thoughts and I don't know how to explain them. This is why I don't write, because like I can't explain it. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, so Arya is Lyanna. You know, like every time Ned talks about Arya, it's Lyanna. Like everything about Arya reminds Ned of Lyanna. And so that leads me to like, okay, she's a symbolic reincarnation of Lyanna. She's basically like Lyanna's karma. You know what I mean? So like Lyanna tried to like do things differently or maybe change the system. I definitely want more on Lyanna's story because I feel like she was different and maybe she was trying to achieve something with this differentness. Like maybe she was trying to change things. And I think House of the Dragon is definitely having an influence on this mindset, because the thing with fantasy is things repeat. Like that's such a big thing with fantasy, and especially when you have big worlds, like there's always going to be things that repeat. And that's like history, that's just how things are, that's how a lot of fantasy writers write. Like something happened in the past, it will happen in the future, just with different characters. So to me, I feel like Arya is like the culmination of all of these kind of like bold women, kind of like Rhaenyra, Lyanna, like all of these bold women that didn't fit in with society and were just different. Arya is the epitome of that. You know, like she's the key. Like she's the reincarnated version of all these women, and she's coming back for vengeance and she's gonna change it for them. You know what I mean? Like that's like the tie-in I think I'm getting. So I think because of that, Arya is like half Stark, half Targaryen in her soul. Where it's like she has Lyanna, she has all these other women that just didn't make it to the end. Do I sound like a crackhead? I think I sound like a crackhead. Where it's like we have Jon, who is the embodiment of a Targaryen. We have Arya, who's an embodiment of all the women in the past who didn't get to like fulfill what they wanted to fulfill, and then you combine those two and you get this insane power duo. And then it's kind of in a way like a tie-in between Rhaegar and Lyanna. We have Jon and we have Arya, where Arya is like the reincarnated version of Lyanna. She's basically Lyanna's karma, and I feel like Jon is Rhaegar's karma. You know what I mean? Like karma for the world, like coming back to like set things right and like forge the path that they should have had. Like the children are gonna do it for them. Do I sound crazy? I think I sound crazy, but it's okay. Yeah, so I don't know, I'm in this thought process with Arya where I'm like, okay, obviously it's not a heritage thing, and I think it's more of a symbolic thing, where I'm viewing Arya now as like these women reincarnated. Like this is their karma for the way they were taken out, for the way that they weren't able to like achieve what they wanted to achieve. It makes me question like so much more of like, I really hope we get more into Lyanna, because I feel like Lyanna herself is this really big enigma of like, okay, we know she was a lot like Arya. She was very bold. She was very like, she wanted to, you know, use swords, and Ned called her wolf-blooded, or like the blood of the wolf. And so that leads me to like, okay, what was Lyanna's drive there? Because if you have a woman like Arya, who's Lyanna, she's not gonna just be like, oh, I'm gonna go marry Rhaegar in secret. Like, no, she was trying to achieve something. You know what I mean? Like she was like trying to, I don't know, like she's not gonna just like randomly go and marry Rhaegar. Like she's gonna like, maybe she formed a bond with him when they were like talking about an alliance, or like what were they trying to do? You know, like I don't know, this leads me into an even bigger spiral of like, what is Lyanna's full story? Because why Rhaegar? And if she's like Arya, she wouldn't marry Rhaegar unless that man was like perfect, like really like wanted to be in battle with her, really wanted to change a system with her, like something. I'm really hoping it makes sense here because I think I sound crazy. But anyways, I just wanted to let y'all know that I think I've definitely fully gone away from like parentage and fully honed in on, I think it's symbolic. I think Jon is the fire and Arya is the blood type of thing. And Arya is the mix of like all the bloods when it comes to the women. Like this is like Arya is the culmination of all these women reincarnated. Go ahead and lock me up. Go ahead and lock me up in the loony bin. Sansa's trying to like figure out with Jane Poole why Ned didn't send Sir Loras. And then she said, it's because of his leg. It hurts him so much that it makes him cross. Otherwise, I'm certain he would have sent Sir Loras. Is that because she likes Sir Loras? So she's trying to be like, of course Sir Loras is a perfect fit. He's so dreamy. She said she had been sure she was about to see one of old Nan's stories come to life. Sir Gregor the monster and Sir Loras the true hero who slayed him. Honestly, Loras would have died. Like, let's be honest. Loras would have been killed. Ew, Sansa complained about it because she was like, why not Sir Loras? And Littlefinger, like, agreed with her and said some of her Lord Father's decisions could do with a bit of questioning. The young lady is wise. Yikes. Littlefinger's so touchy with Sansa. Like, anytime he's talking to Sansa, he touches her hair. This time he touched her cheek. Then he said, life is not a song, sweetling. You may learn that one day to your sorrow. He was right. Sansa said, Beric Dondarrion was handsome enough, but he was awfully old. Ew, Jane Poole thinks Beric Dondarrion is, like, handsome? Ooh. Everyone knew that dreams were prophetic. Like, all dreams? Oh, y'all. Sansa's chapter is, like, so much tea in it. We're talking about the White Hart. She says that the White Hearts are magical, which is tea. And then she's like making up this story of Joffrey killing this White Hart. Jane Poole was like, did Joffrey just go up and touch it with his bare hand? And Sansa said, no, he shot it with a golden arrow. And then she said, in the songs, the knights never killed magical beasts. They just went up to them and touched them, did them no harm. But she knew that Joffrey liked hunting. So you're not supposed to kill the White Hart, is what I'm getting. Like, it's supposed to be like just symbolic. So that brings me back to like House of the Dragon, like, when Sir Criston Cole wanted to kill the White Hart and Rhaenyra had said no. Interesting. Then she says, Sansa was certain her prince had no part in murdering Jory. That had been his wicked uncle, the Kingslayer. She, like, takes all of the Lannister issues and she's like, Joffrey has nothing to do with it. Okay. Jane Poole said that she saw Arya walking through the stables on her hands. Y'all, Sansa's chapter is so fun. She's telling Jane Poole about the court and like what happened. Then she said there was a black brother begging men for the wall, only he was kind of old and smelly. Yorn? Question mark? And she like makes comments about how she's always viewed the Night's Watch as like these like noble, brave men. And then she says if that's what the Night's Watch was like, she felt sorry for her bastard half-brother Jon. So it seems like all the Stark children kind of have this like inaccurate view of the Wall, especially. Like maybe life in general, but especially the Wall. Like they just think the Wall is like this like most honorable, noble thing, but in reality it's really not. Aw, I'm happy Sansa has a little friend because, like, in King's Landing, it always seems like she was so lonely and just kind of, like, going after Joffrey. And in, like, the book, it's more fun. She has Jane Poole, and they went to the kitchen to find lemon cakes, and they didn't find any, so they got a strawberry pie. And she said they ate it on the tower steps, giggling and gossiping and sharing secrets. Sansa went to bed that night feeling almost as wicked as Arya. That's so cute. At least she has, like, a little bit of happiness. For now. It seems like Sansa's getting a little more reckless the more she's in King's Landing. Like, she's kind of just like, oh, we're in King's Landing, it's fun. Because she's, like, talking to the Septa, and she's like, where's the mountain's head gonna go? Arya made a comment that Jaime Lannister should get his head cut off, too, for killing all the people he killed. She has a point. Like, why do we only pick certain men to get beheaded? Why are, like, some men punished and some aren't? Ooh. Sansa said, go ahead, call me all the names you want. You won't dare when I'm married to Joffrey. You'll have to bow to me and call me your grace. Yikes. Arya threw an orange at her. She said, "You have juice on your face, your grace." Sansa said, "They should have killed you instead of Lady." Sansa's gone rogue. Sansa's getting cocky. She's getting like too comfortable here. So in Sansa's chapter, at the beginning of the chapter, we have Sansa like make up that she had a dream about Joffrey. She's like, "I had a dream about Joffrey." And then she makes a comment that all dreams are prophetic. And then later, she says that she like, after her fight with Arya, she's all upsetty and she goes to bed and she has a dream about Lady. She had been dreaming Lady was with her, they were running together and trying to remember what were they running after. She said, and trying to remember was like trying to catch the rain with her fingers. I wonder what that dream means. Gonna have to think of that. Yikes. Okay, first of all, weird that Arya's apologizing to Sansa. And maybe this is because, Ned asked Arya to kind of like unite the two of them while they're in King's Landing. And that's why she's doing it. But I do think it's really weird that she was like apologizing to her. Arya would never apologize. Maybe she's just being sarcastic and Sansa just doesn't understand sarcasm. But we're sending away the girls to Winterfell potentially. And Sansa, of course, is losing her mind. She makes a comment that they haven't even seen the masked balls yet, which is insane because what do you mean there's masked balls? I need to go to one. And then she says, "Just let me stay. I promise to be as fine and noble and courteous as the queen." And then she said, Father's mouth twitched strangely. LOL. Sansa said, "Father, I only now just remembered. I can't go away. I'm to marry Prince Joffrey." Sansa said, "I love him as much as Queen Daenerys loved Prince Aemon." I think we've heard them before, the Dragon Knight. And then John Keel loved Sir Florian? Question mark? I'm hoping we get context on these people because I think that's the second time Sansa's brought up Queen Daenerys and Prince Aemon. The girls' comments were a lot more like hinty. Sansa says, "I'll give him a son with golden hair. One day he'll be king of all the realm, as brave as the wolf and as proud as the lion." Arya made a face. "Not if Joffrey's his father. He's a liar and a craven. Anyhow, he's a stag, not a lion." Very hinty. And then Sansa says, "He's not the least bit like the old drunken king." Yikes. Aw, he was gonna send cereal with them. Sansa said her life was over before it had begun. "Sansa," she said, "you ought to marry Hodor. You're just like him, stupid and hairy and ugly." Sansa, brother. I really love being in Sansa's chapters because it's just so fun seeing how like Delulu she is. Like we love little Sansa. She's just so Delulu. But I thought her comments on dreams were very fascinating this chapter, where we like had comments about dreams and then all of a sudden she had a dream about Lady. And I definitely feel like that dream is like symbolic. And I'm wondering if it's like context for her in the future, like her and Lady are like running away from King's Landing. Like maybe her dreams are trying to tell her like leave, like get out of here. But I don't know, I definitely think that dream is very interesting. And then Ned wants to send them away, which is, it's like a punch in the gut knowing that Ned wants to send them away. And then knowing now, like, what happens, it just makes me so sad because it's like, oh, we should have gotten them out. Like, imagine how much more different their lives would have been if he was able to get them out in time. That sucks. On to Eddard. Ned is kind of putting all of his ducks in Robert's... How does that saying go? Ned is putting all of his eggs in the Robert basket right now of like, oh, well, if Tywin rebels, then King Robert will be happy because then he can have another war. So he said, the only thing his grace enjoys more than hunting is making war on lords who defy him. So his whole Sir Gregor plot was like, no matter what happens, King Robert will be happy if we go back to war anyways. Like, whatever. But then King Robert's gonna come back with his injury. Yikes. So we probably shouldn't put all of our eggs in one basket, Ned. So he mostly said that so that way Pycelle could run back to Cersei and say it and maybe like kind of spook her a little bit. But then Ned said Ned was not near as confident of Robert as he pretended, but there was no reason Cersei needed to know that. But like, Ned, if you're not super confident in Robert like that, then why are you putting all your eggs in that basket anyways? You know, like, you need a backup plan. But Sansa was right. He's making a lot of comments about his mind being clouded. He's drinking honeyed wine instead of milk of the poppy. He said it still clouds his mind, just not as much. So he's, you know, in a really sticky situation, and he's not at his brightest right now. He's figuring out the truth, though, because of Sansa. He said someday when Sansa was grown, he would have to tell her how she made it all come clear for him. Damn, that sucks. Littlefinger said, I urge you to heal quickly. Things are getting messy. Apparently, like, free riders and sellswords are flocking to Casterly Rock. Yikes. See, the, like, conflict in Casterly Rock and, you know, the Tullys and everything, it's so much bigger in the books. Bruh. We're talking about King Robert and him on his hunt. Littlefinger says, they found the white hart, it seems, or rather what remained of it. Some wolves found it first and left his grace scarcely more than a hoof and a horn. Yikes. AKA, the white hart is a symbol of Jon. The wolves found it first. And then we have the hooves and the horn, which is what was left of Lyanna? Question mark? Ned is starting to distrust Littlefinger a little bit, which I never really got that vibe from him in the show. It kind of seems like he trusted him more and more. But Ned said that he had considered sharing with Littlefinger what he was like looking into. And then he like made a comment about how his little like jokes irritate him, and that it just seems like he's hiding something. So it is fascinating that Ned kind of caught on to like Littlefinger isn't as trustworthy as he comes off. Ned had dreams of Rhaegar's children. So many dreams, and especially now that we know, like, for sure, like, dreams are prophetic or dreams have meaning. Like, I feel like all books, like, dreams have meaning. But, like, when Sansa makes a comment like that, it's like, okay, every dream has a meaning. He said the children's bodies were wrapped in crimson cloaks of the house guard. He said that was clever of him. The blood did not show on them. He said the little princess had been barefoot, still dressed in her bedgown, and the boy, ... the boy. What happened to the boy? Is that the one that they, like, smash his head in? Because I think in History and Lore they told us, like, one of the baby's, like, heads was smashed in, right? Guys, the deeper we get in this book, the more I'm, like, in my head about stuff. Ned is talking about kind of, like, the men around him and who he trusts and doesn't trust. And then he says, so long as a man was brave and honest, Robert would treat him with all the honor and respect due a valiant enemy. So he's talking about like Robert, Abby. Then he said, this is something else. Poison in the dark, a knife thrust to the soul. This he could never forgive, no more than he had forgiven Rhaegar. So Ned is thinking that if Robert finds out this truth, that, you know, like Cersei, you know, has illegitimate children and has passed them off as Robert's, whatever, he's going to view them on the same level as he views Rhaegar. That's a really big deal. But honestly, I think, like, if we had told the king the truth, I think he would have been kind of passive. I think he would have been like, whatever, it's too late. But maybe not. Ned just wrote a letter and sent it off. Was it to Stannis, maybe? He's at the Godswood. Oh, it's Cersei. First of all, this talk between him and Cersei, I actually like a lot more. Like, it feels so much more personal. It's in the Godswood. She's sitting down next to him. I've never seen Cersei ever sit on the ground, which is insane. So she's sitting on the grass next to him, and he's like, she looks so beautiful, like she's so regal, like this is the first time in a long time like he's recognized her beauty. And then he like touches her face, and he's like, has he ever done this to you before? Like, it's actually really kind of like sweetish moment, even though like we're not talking about anything sweet. It's very interesting. And then she like says that Robert has like hit her once or twice, but never in a spot where Jaime could see it, which is crazy. And then he says, your brother or your lover, which is insane. She says both. And then it says she did not flinch from the truth, which is wild. And then she makes a comment of, we're one person in two bodies. We shared a womb together. He came into this world holding my foot, our old maester said. When he's in me, I feel whole. Cersei, what the fuck? You guys, this is so obvious. They're talking about, you know, Cersei admitted it. She was like, yeah, Bran saw it. It's my children. Like, what would you do, basically? He said, if it came to that, the life of some child I did not know, against Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon, what would I do? That is the biggest obvious hint that, like, Jon is not his. That's insane. It's literally, like, straight up tells you. And then he said, even more so, what would Catelyn do if it were Jon's life against the children of her body? You literally just told us the whole plot right there. What the heck? He prayed, he said he did not know, he prayed he never would. AKA, it's a possibility. Oh my gosh. You guys, this is so good. Don't get me wrong. I loved the conversation between King Robert and Cersei in the first season. Like, that conversation really, like, showed me, like, this show's gonna be different. You know, like, that conversation was so good. But she's having this conversation with Ned. And that's insane. Because I feel like this really hits with Ned, you know? Like, she's talking about why there's, like, so much discontent there. And, like, why she's so unhappy with King Robert. And then she, like, made a mention that she was with child with Robert once before, and then she makes a comment of like, the night of our wedding feast, first time we shared a bed, he called me by your sister's name, he was on top of me, in me, stinking of wine, and he whispered Lyanna. And then Ned Stark thought of pale blue roses, and for a moment he wanted to weep. I do not know which of you I pity most. Damn, that's so sad. It hits so much more when it's like between Ned and Cersei, because there's like context there, you know? Cersei. Ned said, you know what I must do? She said, must? And then she put her hand on his leg. And then she starts like slowly touching his hair, slowly touching his leg. And she's like, if friends can turn to enemies, enemies can become friends. Your wife is 1,000 leagues away. My brother has fled. Be kind to me, Ned, and I swear to you, you shall never regret it. Ned is a very strong man, because I would have snapped. I would have snapped for Cersei. Okay? It's Cersei. He said, did you make the same offer to Jon Arryn? And then she smacked him. Ew, Ned said, I shall wear that as a badge of honor. Damn. Cersei just gave me some lore. She said, you've a B-word of your own. I've seen him. Who was the mother? Was it some Dornish peasant that you graped? Or a hoe? Or was it the grieving sister, which already, grieving sister. But then she says, was it the grieving sister, the lady Ashara? She threw herself into the sea, I'm told. Why was that? For the brother you slew or the child you stole? Listen, she could throw herself into a sea and then swim to a boat and run away. Ashara's still alive. Ashara is a part of the story and I don't know how. I have two moments of Ashara. The first one was like the first couple chapters and Ashara was mentioned and I was like, she's definitely a part of this, because for Ned to tell Kat, like, never talk about Ashara again, like, that was weird to me. You know, like, that's such a big hint. But then you have Cersei who's saying, like, Ashara was around during this time, like around Ned, it seems like, because why else would she mention Ashara unless Ned was around her? So Ashara and Ned, perhaps Sir Arthur Dayne, Am I saying his name right? Sir Arthur Dayne? Yeah, the morning star guy. You know what I'm talking about, okay? They are all involved together. And it seems like there's a relationship there. Like, it seems like Sir Arthur and Ned have a relationship because of the sad smile comment. And then Ashara and Ned relationship there because Kat's not allowed to talk about her. And Cersei automatically assumed that they were around each other during this time that Jon was born. So it's Ashara, Sir Arthur Dayne, Ned, and Lyanna. These 4 have secrets, and I need to figure them out, okay? Because y'all are sus. This also makes me think with knowing how Ned's story ends, and I had theorized, like, what if Sir Arthur Dayne is still alive? Because when Ned was telling us about the Tower of Joy, I think that's what it's called, he had phrased it really weird of like, oh, only 2 of us rode away. So it was like really weird how he phrased it. So I was like, is Sir Arthur Dayne still alive? But okay, listen, here's my thing. We have Jon and Arya, who I'm already like theorizing with. Then we have, you know, the 4 adults, Lyanna, Ned, Ashara, Sir Arthur Dayne, right? We have those 4. This is like the start of the Game of Thrones story, right? Like, this is like the foundation of the story. So obviously it's going to turn into something big. Like, it's going to either like cycle back or like it's going to come back into play at some point because it's the foundation of the story. If you really like take a step back, the entire point of the story starts with those 4. You know what I mean? So it definitely is going to come back into play by the end of the story. But how would it come back into play if they're all dead? It can't. Feel like when we have 2 characters that are maybe dead, they're definitely coming back into play. So I feel like Sir Arthur Dayne and Ashara are alive, hiding, and they're going to come back into play to work hand in hand with Jon and Arya towards the end of this story. 100%. Maybe they're in Asshai, because we keep hearing about Asshai. Or maybe they're in Valyria, because when was the last time somebody actually went to Valyria? You know what I mean? Like, Valyria also, I feel like, is coming back into the story at some point. I know this seems far-fetched and kind of out of nowhere, but you don't have a place like Valyria and then a place that goes through a doom and then it's just like forever left alone. Like, it always comes back into play at some point. So there's either like secrets in Valyria. Valyria is secretly safe and nobody knows about it, and there's like a hidden community there. Like, there's something in Valyria that we're unaware of that will be coming back. Either that or Valyria is like safe and that's like where we end the story, or like something. Valyria definitely comes back, and I'm very fascinated about it. Cersei said, exile, a bitter cup to drink from. Ned said, a sweeter cup than your father served Rhaegar's children. Damn. Cersei said, when you play the Game of Thrones, you win or die. There is no middle ground. Ned, I know you're an honorable man, but you should have taken Cersei's offer, because his life would be so insanely different if he took Cersei's offer. And I know that's crazy to say, but like, who cares? I'm just kidding. That's really effed up. But it is one of those things where it's like, I do think Ned is trying to do the right thing here, and he's trying to like prepare Cersei, but honestly, he should have acted like Varys. Like, this should have been complete secret to Cersei. Like, he should not have told her about any of this. And that's like the big thing, is it's like, I've always been like, Ned, why the F would you go and talk to Cersei? Because now that's giving her time to craft and scheme. We're on to Dany. We haven't had a Dany chapter in a minute. Ew, she's eating the heart today. Damn. So if she throws up this heart, then it's like a bad omen for the child. Like, the child will be weak or stillborn or female. Ew. And she's been like preparing for this. She said, for the past 2 moons, Dany had dined on bowls of half-clotted blood to accustom herself to the taste. Yuck. She also starved herself before doing this, so that way maybe if she was hungry, it wouldn't be as bad. Interesting. They have eunuchs that serve them. I never knew that. So there's like the prophecy for her child, right? And she said that the old woman trembled and looked at Dany almost as if she were afraid. Then she said, the prince is riding and he shall be the stallion who mounts the world. We obviously know, like, the baby is never, you know, never makes it. So I'm wondering if that's like a prophecy for Dany, you know, like the prince that was promised. Then we have this like prophecy of like the prince is riding, he shall be the stallion who mounts the world. I'm wondering if that's for Dany herself. Khal Drogo is learning the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. So she's learning Dothraki and then he's learning hers. Oh, so Rhaego is a spin-off of Rhaegar. I see. I never really put that together. Interesting. Jorah sits in like a place of honor in their like dining room. Viserys is maybe trying to get like some type of sell swords, but he doesn't really have any money, so Dany's like worried about that because they could betray him. So they can technically kill a man in Vias, they just can't spill any blood. Tea. And that's why he was trying to take the dragon eggs, is because he's trying to use them to like buy off these people, basically. Aw, Dany was gonna give it to him? Absolutely not. So a big reason why she still respects Viserys, or like tries to be a sister to him at least, is because she wouldn't know anything about her family without Viserys. Like she wouldn't even, you know, really be here. So she kind of like attributes all of that to Viserys. So she's like, yeah, he's a horrible man, but he's the only reason I know anything about my family. That's interesting. Imagine how disappointing this was for the Dothraki. Like, that really sucks. It really sucks. I mean, obviously, it's disappointing for Dany too. Like, that really sucks for her. But having, like, the child that is supposed to be, you know, the one in the prophecy, and then the child is never born, like, that's so sad. And then on top of that, like, I feel like this prophecy is just such a nod to Dany, because we're talking about it again with Jorah. And Jorah was like, he will unite the Dothraki into a single Khalasar and ride to the ends of the earth, or so it was promised. All the people of the world will be his herd. So I feel like this is like such a nod to like where Dany's mindset goes. Ooh. Is this the chapter that Viserys dies? He's here and he's drunk. I can't believe she was gonna give him the dragon eggs. Yikes. Khal Drogo told him his place was like in the back by the corner. It's like a super disrespectful place to seat him. Oh my gosh. Then they all started making fun of Viserys. And then he drew his sword. Dany gave a wordless cry of terror. She knew what a drawn sword meant here, even if her brother did not. Yikes. Ooh, Jorah called him a fool. Jorah said, do as she tells you, fool, before you get us all killed. Damn. Viserys is having a full-on crash out. Dany just like translated for Khal Drogo, and then Viserys was like, what did he say? And then she said, the man who had been her brother asked her. So she's already associating him as dead. Like, he's dead. She said, he says you will have a splendid golden crown that men shall tremble to behold. Viserys smiled and lowered his sword. That was the saddest thing, the thing that tore at her afterwards, the way he smiled. She knows he's cooked. She keeps saying had been her brother, who had been her brother. A crown for Cart King. Yikes. He was no dragon. Fire cannot kill a dragon. I mean, this is tricky because it's really fun to be in Dany's head for this scene, because in that scene, like, you don't really know if like she knows what's gonna happen or whatever, but like in the book, like she knows the minute he draws that sword, like he's dead. You know, like it's not like she like even made a comment of, she gave like a wordless cry of terror. She knew what a drawn sword meant here. So like she already knew like he was dead. So I think from that, like that point on, it was either like keep herself alive or like die with Viserys, you know? So I think that's a big reason why she went to Khal Drogo and like translated, because she knows like he's dead. There's nothing else she can do. She can't get him out of this scenario. He was stupid enough to do it in the first place. But that's messy because even like we still see like she cares about him, but she can only protect him so much, you know? Like, and if he's gonna be stupid and get himself killed, like there's nothing she can do about it. Like, she's a Khaleesi, but she's not gonna change their customs or their laws. So I think she kind of just accepted it. She just was like, it's your own death sentence, buddy. I don't know what else to tell you. That's crazy. Hey y'all, we're back with Ned. Ned part 2 million. Is he dreaming again? He's at Lyanna's statue. The Promise Me Ned is mentioned again, and then it says she wore a garland of pale blue roses and her eyes wept blood. Yikes. Ned's getting dressed to go see the king. The king is back, and he put the Valyrian dagger at his waist, and it just made me think of House of the Dragon, because like once you're king, you wear that dagger on your waist. Interesting. The royal apartments were in Maegor's holdfast. Interesting. It's an interesting comment. Cersei's sitting on the edge of the bed with King Robert, and Ned said that her hair was tousled as if from sleep, but there was nothing sleepy in her eyes. Like she was like pretending she was asleep. She was like waiting for this. Robert just said, F you, Ned. So King Robert thinks that the boar was like his punishment, his karma from the gods for like trying to have Dany killed. That's interesting. So the reason why Ned didn't tell him Joffrey isn't your son is because King Robert was just like in too much pain and he couldn't like bring him more pain. And then he changed the my son Joffrey to my heir. And even that made him feel like dirty. He said the deceit made him feel soiled. Then he said, may the gods forgive me. Ned, you're not doing anything wrong. Robert's dying and he's like, everybody knows I'm a bad king. As bad as Aerys. No, King Robert, you're not as bad as Aerys. Ooh. King Robert said, promise me, Ned. And then it made him think of Lyanna because that's exactly what she said. Ned said, if she had any sense, Cersei would take her children and fly before the break of day. She had lingered too long already. Ned, this should be your #1 sign that Cersei has something crafted up. Because if she hasn't left already, she has a plan. You know? Like, come on, Ned. He's just not used to how crafty and schemy this court is. Aww. King Robert said, I will give Lyanna your love, Ned. Take care of my children. That's so sad. Oh, I forgot. Renly pulled him aside after King Robert, like, pretty much passed away. Honestly, Renly kind of cooked with this plot, as, like, brutal as it is. He's telling Ned, like, hey, I can get you a bunch of men right now. We need to go get Joffrey, we can get the other kids as well, but once we have them, then Cersei can't act against you. And honestly, that's not a bad plan. Now that we like know Cersei, that would have been a really smart move. Renly said, every moment you delay gives Cersei another moment to prepare. By the time Robert dies, it may be too late for both of us. Yikes. You should have listened to Renly, Ned. Ned said, sometimes the gods are merciful. Renly said, the Lannisters are not. Ned is preparing to leave. He's preparing to get the girls out. He's like, you have the boat ready. You're going to go to Dragonstone. You're going to give this letter to Stannis and you're going to go the F home. If only it worked, bro. Poor Ned. He was like, oh, my regency will be short, and then the new king can pick his hand and I can go home. Now he's talking to Littlefinger. See, I don't understand why Ned trusts Littlefinger so much. Like, I know, like, he knows that Cat and Littlefinger are together and, like, Littlefinger is helping him, but Littlefinger's so snaky and he already is, like, wary of Littlefinger. So, like, I wouldn't trust Littlefinger at all. I just, no. Littlefinger is telling him of all the problems this is going to start. He's like, if you put Stannis on the throne, then Stannis is going to have Cersei and all her kids killed. Then you have Tywin, who then starts that problem. Yikes. And then every man who was on the Targaryen side would rise with the the Lannisters. Because, obviously, like, the rebellion. Then we have, like, 2 different sides of the rebellion. Littlefinger's trying to craft and scheme right now. He's like, we can do this, we can do that. And then Ned, like, pulls the dagger out, and he's like, they sent a man to cut my son's throat, Lord Baelish. And Littlefinger sighed. He said, I fear I did forget, my lord. Pray forgive me. For a moment, I did not remember that I was talking to a Stark. I mean, Littlefinger has a point, and it kind of goes in theme with, like, kind of what we've learned in Game of Thrones. Like, if you want to be a good ruler, you have to think of, like, what's going to be best for the people and what's going to be best for the realm, not just, like, strictly by the book, honor and duty. Because a lot of times, honor and duty and, like, doing things strictly by the book, it can actually make the scenario worse. So it's like, what's going to be the best piece to this puzzle right now? Not like, oh, it has to go to Stannis, because then that's just going to cause so much mayhem. Yikes. So Ned goes straight to Littlefinger and is like, hey, we need the gold cloaks. Or is it the white cloaks? The city watch. We need the city watch. I mean, if you're going to go to Littlefinger and Littlefinger is like, here's all these craft and schemes that we can do. And you're like, no, I'm going to go with the same answer that I'm sticking with. And you can tell Littlefinger's not really a fan of that. Like, I feel like that would make me very wary. Like, we already don't trust Littlefinger that much. But now he's like not really a fan of our plans. It's a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for disaster. Okay, y'all, we're back with Jon. Sam just came to him and said that he's gonna be training under Maester Aemon. Sweet. He never told Sam it was him. That's so cute. Interesting. So there's a sept at the wall, and that's where they did their, like, promotion, basically. So Jon's weirwood was basically like in the forest, and there's like a grove of them. That's cool. Sweet Sam wants to go with Jon. Yikes. Jon just became a steward. It's interesting because in the book, there's like a difference between the show with this, and this is a big part where I like kind of lost points with Jon in the show, was when he was first named a steward, he like immediately was pissed off and he immediately was mad and like he like immediately went into like pouting mode. And in the book, he's not like really mad, he's more of just like in disbelief. Like he's like, wait, there's been a mistake. So I think that's really interesting because that was a big reason why I had a hard time with Jon, because he felt like he was owed the ranger spot. But in the book, he's like, oh, there's been a mistake, like no biggie. It's very different. And then he like realized that it was Alliser. Now Jon's getting sassy. There's the sassiness. See, even this is a little different. Like, Jon is pissed because he knows that this is Sir Alliser's fault, and he said, I see Sir Alliser's bloody hand, that's all I see. He wanted to shame me, and he has. But I feel like in the show, I could be wrong, but I feel like in the show, from like what I interpreted from it, like he was just mad that he wasn't a ranger. Like he was like, this is bullshit, I should be a ranger. But in the book, it's really because like he knows Sir Alliser has a hand in this, and Sir Alliser is trying to embarrass him, and that's why he's so upset. Jon said, it's not fair. Tyrion put him in his place. He said, the girl was waiting for me, naked as the day she was born. She pulled me through the window, and you talk to me of fair. Damn. Poor guy. Aww, that's so sweet of Sam. Sam's talking about how his dad, before Dickon was born, Sam would follow his dad around through, like, you know, court practices because he wanted his heir by his side. And so he's telling Jon, like, Lord Commander Mormont wants you by his side. Like, this is important. W. Sam. Sam said, none of us are here for asking. Suddenly, Jon Snow was ashamed. Cute. See, Book John is so much more reasonable. Like his little crash outs are a lot more understandable. And on top of that, like he's very easily like talked down. You know, like he's very easily like, okay, cool down. Like this could be a good thing. And in the show, he's just so stubborn and hot-headed that it just like really irritated me. But Book John is much better. He's much more relatable. I think it's so cool that the forest is called the Haunted Forest. That's so cool. Ooh, John's noticing that the vibe is different in the forest. Oh, there's multiple of like faces carved. That's so cool. Because in the show, it's just like that one tree, but there's like multiple of them with different faces and they're all like kind of carved differently. And Sam said, they're watching us, the old gods. Jon said, yes. That's sick. Interesting. Jon is like tying Ghost in with the weirwoods. He said white fur and red eyes like the trees. Maybe the wolves are sent by the gods specifically for the children. Which, you know, I feel like I kind of assumed that like something higher up had sent them or something spiritual had sent them, just because there's like perfectly 5 of them and, you know, whatever. But I think that's very fascinating that Ghost looks like a weirwood. Ghost brought him a hand. Yikes. I will say I liked this chapter so much, especially like knowing that this scene in the show is really where I started to like get a icky taste in my mouth about Jon. Like he was just such a little brat about the whole like ranger nonsense. And it was because I wasn't in his head. Like I thought he was just crashing out because he didn't get what he wanted, you know? And so I thought he was throwing a fit because he didn't get what he wanted and F everybody and this is only unfair to me. But in reality, like he's kind of crashing out because Alliser is trying to embarrass him. Alliser succeeded and it's just not fair because he wasn't given an equal chance. But he didn't crash out as much in the book. And on top of that, like he was much easier to like cool down in the book. So I really liked that chapter. That was good. Hey, we're back with Ned. I'm running out of green tabs for Ned. Ooh, the girls are supposed to leave tonight. Yikes. Is everything gonna hit the fan in this chapter? I've also noticed with Sansa's chapters, I feel like the Septa is kind of like pulling back from Sansa a little bit while she's in court. Like it seems like Sansa is kind of like really loving being in court and kind of being a little bratty while she's in court. And it feels like the Septa is kind of like taking a huge step back from Sansa because of it, because Sansa's not being like the most kind person in the world. Sansa's crashing out because she can't say bye to Joffrey. Aww. Pycelle just told Ned that King Robert died and he said he had been expecting the visit and yet with those words something died within him. He would have given all his titles for the freedom to weep. Poor Ned. Never really like clicked to me like how much that would hurt him. Like Robert was such a good friend of his. It's like his brother. Ned wants to do, you know, the summon the court and everything today. Pycelle told him to wait till tomorrow. And I'm wondering if he had waited till tomorrow, the girls probably would have been able to get out safely. Probably. Renly left. Interesting. So we had a small council before all of this, it seems like. And Selmy opened the letter and read it to everybody. And Ned is like in his head and he's like, and as it happens, the heir is of age. And he's thinking of Gendry, isn't he? But because he, you know, obviously can't put Gendry on the throne right now, he has to kind of bide his time and wait and be a little crafty with this. And he said the need for deceit was a bitter taste in his mouth, but Ned knew he must tread softly here. Okay, Ned, you're learning a little bit, but you didn't learn fast enough, I don't think. Ooh. So while they're in their small council meeting, he gets called by the king. Yikes. You should have never left Cersei alone, Ned. He, even at the beginning of this chapter, he's like, Cersei's still here. Why is she still here? Ned, you know why she's still here. It's interesting to me too because we see like how biased he is against the Lannisters, so I'm actually like really surprised he didn't assume the worst out of Cersei and like assume that she was going to do something like this because he already has such a big bias against her. Maybe he just thinks they're all like cowards and expected her to run. Ned said that the last time he had walked into the throne room like this was when the rebellion happened. He said he forced Jaime Lannister down from that throne. He wondered if Joffrey would step down quite so easily. Yikes. Cersei ripped the paper in half. Littlefinger. That's so crazy. Ned put all of his trust in Littlefinger and these gold cloaks. Like, he was like, you know, like, we've got it because we have the gold cloaks. And it just all went so badly. Okay, we're on to Arya. Ooh, we get to learn why Syrio was first sword. He's teaching her how to, like, see through the BS, basically. I can't believe we were gonna take Syrio with us. That's so sad. Effing Sir Meryn. Sir Meryn said, Put down the stick, girl. I'm a sworn brother of the King's Guard. Arya said, so was the Kingslayer when he killed the old king. Fear cuts deeper than swords. That's fun. I like that. Ah, sweet Syrio. He's protecting Arya. She's watching Syrio fight them and she's like, damn, this is crazy. That's crazy. As Arya's trying to leave, she said 5 men were down, dead or dying by the time Arya reached the back door. That's wild. That's crazy. She just keeps repeating Syrio's words as she's running. She just keeps saying, fear cuts deeper than swords. That's Arya's motto. She's trying to find her dad. Damn. She's thinking of that conversation she heard with the dragon skulls. If one hand can die, why not a second? Arya knows. She's a smart little thing. Their master of horse was the one she found dead. The last thing he said to her was, Arya Underfoot, you must warn your lord father. What's with the underfoot? Because she's always like under people's feet? She's always running around? There's so many of his men dead that she knew. Oh, she's mad at Desmond. She thought every northerner is worth 10 of those southern swords. And then she said, you liar, kicking his body. That's so sad. Dang, Arya has no idea what's going on. Like, she just knows, like, she's assuming her dad is dead. And so when this stable boy comes out and is like, your father's dead, she's just like, damn, that sucks. Damn. Arya stabbed him so hard that it went into his leather, like, belly and then came out between his shoulder blades. That's insane. Arya killed her first person. Oh, she's so smart. She was gonna take a horse out and, like, leave. And, like, as she's saddling her horse, she's like, the doors are gonna be closed. See, she thinks ahead. She's so smart. Arya has someone talking to her. She's, like, trying to figure it out. She's scared, and then she hears calm as still water. A small voice whispered in her ear. And it, like, startled her. She can't tell if it's her voice or Syrio's. God of Death, perhaps? After her first kill? Arya went back down to the dragons because she's trying to escape. And she said that the monsters didn't frighten her. They seemed like almost old friends. And then she finally recognized that they're dragons. She's thinking back on when Robb took them all down to the crypts. And he, like, showed them the spot where their crypts would be. And then he said, there are worse things than spiders and rats. This is where the dead walk. Damn. There's ghosties. And then Jon was pretending to be a ghost. That's so funny. Aww. The memory made Arya smile, and after that, the darkness held no more terrors for her. That's so sad. Then she said the stable boy was dead. She had killed him. If he jumped out at her again, she would kill him again. She was going home. Damn, poor Arya. Arya just went through the blender. We have Sansa next too. I'm excited to read that one. But it's crazy because like Arya, she immediately locks in. Like she immediately is like, oh shit. Like I think my dad is dead. This is exactly what I've been worried about. How do I get out of here? Like she's like constantly thinking of the next step. It's so crazy like how young she is and how like mentally calculated she already is. Like she's already thinking of all these other things. So it's really fascinating seeing Arya literally like on her own, trying to get out of the Red Keep, trying to get out of this scenario. She thinks everyone is dead and she's just like trying her best. And it's so sad. Poor Arya. Anyways, y'all, these were some fire chapters, but that's all I've got for this week. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, bye. Okay, let's read our book. They came for Sansa on the 3rd day. Dang, that's crazy. You know what's interesting about the girls is we have like one girl that like chooses to survive through like blending in, and then we have one girl that chooses to survive through like being reckless and like running away basically, or like being very like strong and confrontational. And I feel like both of those are like very good survival instincts, where it's like Arya's survival instinct is to like fight and Sansa's survival instinct is to like blend in. And when it comes to King's Landing, Sansa's survival instinct is the best. Sansa said Jane Poole had been confined with her, but Jane Poole was useless. Because she was like crying all the time. Sansa said she was such a child. It's so sad being in Sansa's chapters because you see how she's like slowly getting like exposed to real life. She had made a comment of like, she grew up in, you know, Winterfell. She heard swords clashing all the time. Like that's nothing new. But what was new was like the sounds of men dying, basically. And then she had said the knights never screamed nor begged for mercy in the songs. So it's like, she's really learning the hard way, like what real life is. And I feel like a lot of little girls her age would never even be exposed to this type of stuff. Ooh, they threw Jane Poole inside her room, bruised and shaking. She said they're killing everyone. Oh, and the Hound had found Jane Poole. The Hound had broken down her door with a warhammer. Aww. They went to sleep in the same bed, cradled in each other's arms like sisters. Damn. Sansa said the fighting was over. The silence of the grave had settled over the Red Keep. Definitely a difference between like Sansa and Jane Poole, where I feel like Sansa definitely like grieved the first day. Like she was like sad and scared. But like after that, she slowly started to like lock in. She's like trying to figure things out, and she's asking all the servants questions, and like she's trying really hard to be tough right now. And I think that's really cool. She automatically knew that the bells ringing meant that the king was dead. That's so crazy. It's crazy that the girls genuinely know nothing. Like, I feel like when I was watching the show, I thought maybe they had like guessed or assumed like something was off. But like in the books, being in their head for this, it's crazy. Like they genuinely have no idea what's going on. And Sansa's like, did somebody kill King Robert? Like, is that what all the fighting was about? That also makes Sansa so much easier to manipulate too, because when she genuinely has no idea what happened, and then like, let's say Cersei comes in and tells her all these lies, how was Sansa supposed to know any different? And yet she still defends her father, you know? She went to sleep wondering, restless, fearful. Was her beautiful Joffrey the king now? That night Sansa dreamed that Joffrey was on the throne and she was queen. Sansa's getting led to court, I'm assuming, or the throne room, and they're like walking over a Maker's Holdfast, and there's like a dry moat. And there's huge iron spikes at the bottom of it. And there's a man's body that's like impaled on it. And Sansa saw it. Ooh. That's so funny. Cersei's in the council chamber. They just brought Sansa there. And the first thing, like, one of the first things Ned noticed when he walked in the council chamber was the 2 sphinxes. And that's also the first thing Sansa noticed when she walked in. That dress sounds cool. Cersei's in an all-black dress with like red rubies on like her whole dress. And Sansa said, as if the queen were weeping blood. Ooh, Cersei was mad that Jane Poole was in there with Sansa. She said, gods only know what sort of tales she's been filling Sansa's head with. So Cersei wanted Sansa to be like so oblivious to what's going on so that way Cersei can manipulate her. Cersei, you're crafty, girl. Cersei said, what shall we do with this little friend of hers? Peter Baelish said, I'll find a place for her. Cersei said, not in the city. And then Cersei said, escort the girl to Lord Peter's apartments and instruct his people to keep her there until he comes for her. I want her gone before Sansa returns to her chamber. So not only does Cersei want Sansa to be completely alone, but on top of that, what are we going to do with Jane Poole? Littlefinger having her makes me nervous. Like, is he going to sell her to a brothel or something? Maybe she's asking about her father, but I'm pretty sure her father is dead. I could be wrong. Yuck, that makes me feel like very unsettled for Jane Poole. Ew. Sansa like sits down at the small council table and she said she could feel Littlefinger staring. Something about the way the small man looked at her made Sansa feel as though she had no clothes on. Are you kidding me? Ooh. Cersei said, I do hope you know how much Joffrey and I love you. Cersei with the games. I think of you as almost my own daughter. Tea. They intercepted the letter to Stannis. But in the show, doesn't Stannis get the letter from Ned? Sansa. She went to Cersei and told Cersei that Ned was going to send them away? Sansa. It's like she's so young, I can't even be mad at her. Like, I get why she did it, you know? Like, she's like, I didn't even get to say goodbye to Joffrey. Like, of course I'm gonna go say something. But it's like, girl, you just shot yourself in the foot. Because if you had been able to get on that ship and leave, none of this would have happened to you. You know what I mean? Like, you just made your own bed, basically. I mean, she doesn't know, she's too young. That's insane. Sansa went to Cersei in the middle of all this mess, in the middle of like King Robert dying, Ned giving threats to Cersei and being like, why is Cersei still here? Sansa goes to Cersei and she's like, my father's gonna ship us away. Like, I love Joffrey, I want to stay here. And Cersei's like, thanks so much, love. And then sends her to a room and locks her up with Lannister guards. So she like basically took Sansa, which is exactly what Renly kind of wanted Ned to do to Joffrey and all the kids, is like take them and, you know, that's your little weapon. That's crazy. Littlefinger said she's the very image of Cat at the same age. Yuck. The same age you fell in love with her? Weirdo? The games that Cersei plays with Sansa is so effed up. Like, Sansa is just a little girl, and she, like, Cersei knows exactly where to play. And she's talking about, like, if she doesn't write this letter, then, like, her family could die, like, bad things could happen to her family. And then on top of that, like, oh, but if you do write this letter, you'll wed the king as soon as possible. And then the minute Sansa asks about her father, Sansa says that the queen's eyes had gone hard as stones. It's like she plays into this so well. It's insane. Poor Sansa. She's so manipulated right now. It's so sad. She said, her Joffrey was good and kind. She knew it in her heart. But a king had to be stern with rebels. She had to make them understand. She had to. I wonder what Sansa's response would have been if she like had genuinely known the full story. Like if she knew what actually went down, why Ned did what he did. I wonder how she would have responded as a little girl. Ooh, one of the letters she wrote to was to the Tullys themselves. So she wrote 4 separate ones, not just one to Robb. Dude, what are we gonna do with Jane Poole? That makes me so nervous. Sansa. She went back to her room and Jane Poole, like all her stuff was gone. She said no more weeping, she thought gratefully. Yet somehow it seemed colder with Jane gone, even after she'd built a fire. She's so alone. Damn. It wasn't until later that night as she was drifting off to sleep that Sansa realized she had forgotten to ask about her sister. Yeah, you forgot about your sister, Sansa. That's really sad though, because at the end of the day, like, Cersei really doesn't want Jane Poole like whispering anything in Sansa's ear. Like, she wants Sansa very easy to manipulate. And with Jane Poole in the mix, Sansa's not easy to manipulate. So I get why she's doing it. It's just one of those things where it's like Sansa is genuinely like being so lied to, so manipulated. She's so easy to manipulate. She's a child. And then at the same time, she now has absolutely nobody, and she has no idea what's going on. That's insane. Okay, y'all, we're on the home stretch with this book. Look at how much more left we have. I think we should be able to finish this, not this week, but next week. I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. So I'm really excited, but we're on to Jon. Ooh, we have the dead Night's Watchmen guys here. And they were Benjen Stark's men. Interesting. Ooh, dang. Jon was like, dang, I had like begged him to take me with him. Like, this would have been me if I went with Uncle Benjen. Why does Maester Aemond have Jafar's hand in a jar of vinegar? What are we doing with that? I'm definitely in a spot where the direwolves are definitely like, I want to say they're like their little guardian angels, you know, like they just watch over them, or maybe they're, you know, a part of the god's path because Ghost led them to these dead bodies, but the dogs refuse to go anywhere near them. So it just feels like Ghost is like leading Jon on his path, kind of. I don't know, we'll have to see, but the direwolves are very significant. Jon dreamt of Winterfell. He had the same Winterfell dream again, and he said he was looking for his father. So we all have little prophetic dreams. I love that for us. And then on top of that, as he's like down in the crypts looking for his father, he notices that all the stones are moving away and all these dead ancestors are crawling out. Yay! Sam isn't looking at the dead bodies. Aw, Jon is such a good friend. He said the first look is the hardest, and then he like held his arm as he looked. Interesting. Benjen Stark had 6 men, they only found 2. Jon is explaining this dead body, and he said like basically everything about this dead body was like white as milk everywhere but his hands, and then his eyes were open but they were blue as sapphires. Ooh, Jon's thinking it's the others, but he doesn't want to say anything because it's a children's story. Dang, it's been half a year since Benjen left. So Sam knows that these bodies have been dead for a while because the blood is all like dried and crusty. And he knows that from how much his dad hunts. Nice. Dang, go Sam, he's noticing so much. He's like, the animals haven't eaten them. There's no blood around them. There's just blood on them. That's crazy. Jon is thinking of the stories that Old Nan used to tell as they like walk back to Castle Black. And Old Nan said that the others hated iron and fire and the touch of the sun. Every living creature with hot blood in its veins. So Targaryens? Jon said, I was a ranger for one day at least. Whatever may come, they cannot take that away from me. Poor Jon. Jon, you just saw what happened to rangers who are out there. You don't want to be a ranger right now. Yikes, Mormont just got the letter about Ned. Everybody's looking at Jon and like making little comments. Jon doesn't know yet. Damn. Jon heard that King Robert had died. And he was like, oh, maybe I'll be able to go to Winterfell to see my dad. And then I'm going to ask my dad about my mother. It'll be great. Commander Mormont made a comment about Jorah and his past wife. He said, "My son loved that young woman of his, vain woman. If not for her, he would have never thought to sell those poachers." I wonder what happened with all that. Jon's finding out the tea about his father. That his father's locked up. Ooh. What's this little voice talking in Jon's head? He said, "Oh, my dad would never do that." And then this voice in his head, like insecure Jon maybe, or maybe a god, said, "He fathered a bastard. Where was the honor in that? Your mother, what of her? He will not speak her name." Interesting. There's a little resentment there. I never realized that. Maybe it's not resentment. I won't call it resentment until we get multiple comments like that. Ooh. Mormont is talking about how, like, it's a shame that Tyrion's not there because Tyrion might be a voice of reason for them. And then Mormont is like, "If your lady mother hadn't, captured him." And then Jon was like, "That's not my mother." Yikes. He said Tyrion Lannister had been a friend to him. If Lord Eddard was killed, she would be as much to blame as the queen. Jon's like main comfort is Ghost, and he's thinking about the girls and how they both don't have their dire wolves. And I feel like that's just such a sign, like, these dire wolves have to be protectors of them, because if we think back of like I think it was Bran 3, when he was like looking over his family and they had like a light figure in the face of a wolf or something, like that's their dire wolves, so without the girls in King's Landing without their dire wolves is leading to like this mess that they're in, because we have Starks in the south with no dire wolves, like no protectors. It leads to a mess. Aww. All the guys are like trying to comfort Jon. That's so sweet. And then there comes Sir Alliser. Dang, Jon's in a little cell. Ooh, interesting. We're at the part where Ghost is freaking out and it's like really cold. Oh, Jon's guard has been killed. But who unlocked the door? The wight is like choking out Ghost right now. Ghost is so brave though. Ghost like instantly jumped it. Ooh. The wight like jammed its fingers into Jon's mouth. Oh my gosh, Ghost is going crazy. Ooh, interesting. The crow is telling them to burn the body. It's saying burn over and over again. That's crazy. Dude, that fight is like so much more scary in the books. Like the wight is just so like, he's just relentless. He keeps coming after Jon no matter what. Jon like cut his face and like cut off his hand, and Ghost is like tearing into its stomach, and it just keeps coming. And then all of a sudden Mormont comes out of nowhere and he's like that's crazy. That was such a good chapter. I felt like that was very similar to the show, that chapter. But it's really fun, like, being in Jon's head for this, because I feel like a part of him definitely knows this is, like, supernatural. Even when they, like, found the bodies, he had immediately thought of the others. But he didn't want to say anything because he didn't want to be, like, treated like a child. But he has, the others, Uncle Benjen. Then he just found out about his dad. Now he's worried about his sisters. And he's also worried that, like, Catelyn messed this up for Ned, and knows that like Catelyn is partly to blame for this. That's very interesting. The Karstarks are here. Ooh, we got our first mention of Lord Bolton. He said Rob is talking to Bran, he said only 2 days ago one of Lord Bolton's men knifed one of Lord Kerwin's at the smoking log. Yikes. Aw, Bran is like embarrassed / ashamed over what happened with the wildlings in the woods while he was writing. He said even Rickon would have kicked at them. Poor Bran. Interesting. So Rob is hosting each of them for a feast. They seem to like not value Bran as much anymore though. They think like one, he's a green boy, and then on top of that a cripple. So when he's seated next to Rob, they kind of judge that a little bit. Yikes. That's interesting. Maester Luwin is telling us that a lot of men in the north aren't knights because they're not from the Seven. And in the Seven, you have to be in the Sept and be anointed with the 7 oils. But because a lot of the Northmen worship the old gods, they don't become knights, but they're still just as good. Interesting. So did Robb officially call the Bannermen? Because they're talking about fighting. Maester Luwin said, the fighting has begun in the Riverlands and your brother has many leagues to go. Are we going to the Riverlands? We didn't have like an official conversation. It's just all of a sudden the Bannermen are being called. Maester Luwin is warning him that basically if Bran has Hodor kind of like carry him, then a lot of men will like look at him, maybe mock him. And Bran is thinking, let them mock. No one mocked him in his bedchamber, but he would not live his life in bed. Sweet Bran. He called for summer and freaked out all their horses. I'm weak. Maybe he's not calling his bannermen. Maybe it is just for the feast. I don't know. I'm like trying to figure out if it's like he called the bannermen or if it's just like a feast. Bran said he always liked the Godswood before, but of late he found himself drawn to it more and more. Bran is definitely the 3-eyed raven, potentially mixed up with the gods. Very fascinating. I definitely feel like the Stark children are like being moved around by the gods. Like the gods are using them for their plans. Especially Jon, especially Bran. Like they have the gods' hand on them. He's saying little prayers for Robb. Interesting. Rickon's a wild little thing. Ooh, so Robb is going. We're like just now finding out Bran's keeping it from us. But basically, Robb is going to the Neck to help the Tullys against the Lannisters. The men are testing Robb. And one of those men testing Robb is Bolton. Robb just did whatever he did with the Umbers, with his wolf and the fingers. And Robb seemed so tough in that moment, and then he went to Bran's room afterwards and he said, I thought he was gonna kill me. Robb is really wary of Roose Bolton. He says, Roose never says a word, he only looks at me. All I can think of is that room that they have in the Dreadfort, where the Boltons hang the skins of their enemies. So Robb doesn't trust him. They're talking about all these things that they've heard, and they said one wine-sodden tale-teller even claimed that Rhaegar Targaryen had returned from the dead and was marshalling a vast host of ancient heroes on Dragonstone to reclaim his father's throne. Interesting. Aww. The boys know that Sansa lost her wolf because they brought, the body back to Winterfell. And all the boys' like wolves started like mourning. That's so sad. Aww. Beneath the shadow of the first keep was an ancient lich yard? ? Its headstone spotted with pale lichen where the old kings of Winters had laid their faithful servants. It was there they buried Lady. She had gone south and only her bones had returned. Yikes. And then they started thinking of Lord Rickard and Brandon Stark. So they think all of them are pretty much dead. Ooh. There's men in Osha's here talking to Bran. But there's men in Winterfell that like take advantage of Osha. Osha said, they see you, boy, they hear you talking. That rustling, that's them talking back. I definitely think the gods are watching the Stark kids. Dang, Bran is already worried about Robb, and then Osha comes in and is like, oh, the old gods have no power in the south. He's on his own. Osha. Osha made a comment about him having Hodor having giant's blood. I wonder if he does. Osha's dropping weird lore. It's that a lot of women giants will hook up with male men, and then they'll have like half giants, like Hagrid and Hodor. But the other way around doesn't work. Hodor's walking away and Bran said he was awfully big, Bran thought. Osha's talking about White Walkers and Whites, or the others and Whites, and that's why she ran, and how basically she's like generations of wildling, and there's no winning that. Yikes. One of the Karstark children, like, we're talking about Bran, and they said they would sooner die than live like that. Broken, Bran thought bitterly as he clutched his knife. Is that what he was now? Bran the Broken. So why do we call him Bran the Broken in Season 8 if that insults Bran? Bran said he didn't want to be broken. Maester Luwin said, well, you could be a maester. You're very smart. Bran said, I want to learn magic. The crow promised that I would fly. He said, Bran, no man can teach you magic. He said the children could. The children of the forest. The thing with stories, though, is like, it's very interesting. In a lot of books, or any books in general, a lot of people will be like, oh, those are just stories. Like, oh, that's just a rumor. It's all true. It's always true. So when Maester Luwin's talking about like, oh, old Nan stories and Osha stories, like they're filling your head with nonsense, there's always truth to them. Rickon is very stubborn about saying goodbye to Robb right now, and then he said, no farewell, and then Bran said, I told him. He says that no one ever comes back. I wonder if like some of the Stark kids have like prophecy in them, and I feel like Rickon might have it, because that comment of like he says no one ever comes back is very interesting, because they haven't been gone for that long. They've been gone for a while, but it hasn't been long enough for you to be like, oh, no one's ever gonna come back. So it feels kind of prophetic to me. Robb's leaving, everybody's cheering for him, and Bran said they would never cheer for me that way. Poor Bran. He said he might be Lord of Winterfell while his brother and father were gone, but he was still Bran the Broken. He looked around and said, there's nobody here but Hodor. Hodor said Hodor, Bran said Hodor. They're a little duo, those two. Dang. That's such a bummer. I really like being inside Bran's head, though, because I feel like Bran, we didn't get a lot of him until later in the seasons, and then we got more of Bran, but then it was kind of like a little messy, where it's like Bran, it's like he's already has a lot of foreshadowing in his story, and I definitely think Bran is very like influenced by the gods. Out of like all the Stark children, Bran is like the most god focused, at least old gods, it seems. And it's very interesting how much more influence the gods have in the story so far versus in the show. Like the gods were always something we talked about, something we believed in, but they were kind of just like background religious things, where in the book, like religion is, it like guides our story. So it's very interesting. I really like it. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, today has been such a busy day. We've been moving so much stuff. There's a cat hair on my nose. We woke up at like 5:30, took the cats to the vet before Kim had to go into work this morning. We've been selling things. It's been a crazy day, but we are gonna read and then we'll be done for the day. So yay. Dany's trying to convince Khal Drogo to cross the sea, basically. Ooh. Drogo is hunting for a great white lion of the plains. I wonder if that's like a tie-in to the white stag in Westeros. I love that Dany's trying to convince Jorah to like help her now. That's crazy. She's talking to Jorah about all this, and she's like, she had never seen the Seven Kingdoms either, no more than Drogo. Yet she felt as though she knew them from all the tales her brother had told. She's thinking about Viserys, and she said, Viserys has promised her 1,000 times that he would take her back one day, but he was dead now, and his promises died with him. That's so sad. She thinks that's like the end of the road for like Westeros. Poor Dany. She said home. The word made her feel sad. And she's talking about how Ser Jorah had a home to go to, but she doesn't really know what home is. And then she like thinks of the Dosh Kalen, and she's like, is that my future? Oh. Jorah was like, oh, she's sad. Let's invite her to this little market that's in town. Sneaky Jorah. In like Dothraki culture, even if you're pregnant, you ride your horse. That sounds so uncomfortable. Damn, that's crazy. They're passing this burned city, kind of like a ruined city. And Dany's like, if I weren't the blood of the dragon, this could be my home. And then she has to remind herself she's like the last Targaryen. And she has to like do this for her family and for her son. So there is like a part of Dany that doesn't even want this power. She just wants to like have peaceful life. And she can't. She feels like she owes it to her ancestors. It's crazy how much more there is to like the world of Game of Thrones that we haven't even like learned about. Like Dany always talks about all these places like Ashai, Kar, the Yeti, and then there's like a bunch of other names that I can't even try to pronounce. And it's just like crazy. There's so much more to this world that we don't know about. Dany always has a weird connotation with home. She doesn't like when people mention home. She gets really sad when people mention home. She just did a couple pages ago. And then we're in this market and she's talking about the Western market and how it smelled of home. And she's explaining like Myr, Tyroshi. Interesting. There's a young woman selling Lannisport gold work. Jorah's acting sketchy. Dany thinks he's gonna go find a woman. I'm weak. That's so crazy to me that she, after all her little weird comments about home, this is what she associates home with. Nothing from like Westeros. It's like Lys and Myr and Tyroshi. Like it's different. Aw, she found the sausages she likes, but it wasn't the same. Poor Dany. Damn. Eerie said, you haven't laughed since your brother died, basically. Dany's vicious. She's like making him drink it, but she said, empty the cup or I'll tell them to hold you down while Ser Jorah pours the whole cask down your throat. Jeez, Dany. I mean, rightfully so. He's trying to kill her. Ooh, Dany almost landed on her stomach after he like freaked out. I'm honestly surprised Dany didn't catch on that Jorah was involved in this sooner, because how would he like randomly know that this cask of wine is poisoned? Like it was just like so convenient, you know? Oh, so Dany did question him. Because I think in the show she didn't question him at all. She just was like, oh well. But in the book she's like, how the F did you know? And he's like, oh, it's because of the letter I just got. Jorah's telling Dany like, oh, this was King Robert. He was trying to get you in Viserys. And Dany's like, the usurper has woken the dragon now, she told herself. Yikes. And after that conversation, she puts her dragon eggs on the fire. Oh, she thought they would hatch. Khal Drogo just found out about the poisoner. Uh-oh. That's crazy. Khal Drogo promised her the Iron Throne. Have so much fun, guys. We're on to Cat. It's been a minute since we've had a Cat chapter. Oh, the Blackfish did go with her. Yikes. Things are moving. Kat's talking about how she's like proud of Robb for like officially going out to war now. Oh, that's cool. I just learned so much about Moat Cailin. So Moat Cailin was like as big as Winterfell at one point, and it was a stronghold for the First Men. And now it only has 3 towers, but there used to be 20, so it was like this big place. But now it's just kind of like this abandoned castle. Interesting. So Moat Cailin is honestly like a really great spot for battle. And there's ghosts here. There's ghosts everywhere, apparently. Interesting. Cat sent Sir Roderick back already, but he's gonna go hold Winterfell till they return. Everybody's all mad because Cat didn't bring Tyrion, and Tyrion basically escaped. But as she was leaving, she had like offered to take Robert Arryn as a ward, basically to kind of help grow him up a little bit. And Lysa like threatened to throw her out of the moon door. Her own sister. Dang, that's crazy. We knew that when Kat got the letter from Sansa, she knew it was Cersei's. But when she says, I know the sound of a threat, even whispered, they have Sansa hostage, that's insane. Because like it really is like a hostage situation where it's like they can do whatever they want with Sansa. And so that letter is really kind of just like a threat, but like not stated. And then when he says there's no mention of Arya, they like are automatically thinking that she's dead. That's crazy. Honestly, this is a recipe for disaster if you really think about it, because you have Robb and Kat who are both kind of like talking about war planning, and it's like Robb's 15 years old and Kat unfortunately is not a battle commander or anything like that. So when we're talking about like Tywin and the Kingslayer, literally the only reason Robb was able to do so well is because he's very intelligent. But at the end of the day, like the odds of them actually winning this against Tywin and Jaime is very, very low. So at that point, I feel like it would have been safer for Kat to send Robb home. And she had mentioned last page that she wasn't going to send him home because, you know, the men would mock him. But at the end of the day, like, if it were me, I would send Robb home because he's 15 years old and there's different commanders in this army that could maybe potentially get us further. And when you have Ned and Sansa and potentially Arya hostages in King's Landing, like, you don't have a lot of room to test things out. Like, I feel like a lot of strategy here was kind of like glossed over. And we're just kind of in panic mode of like, oh, Robb, you've got it. We've got it. And it's like, okay, there was better things we could have done here for sure. I wonder if this is where Robb picked this up. He's talking about what's happening by Castle Rock with Lord Edmure. And he's talking about, you know, the battles that are being fought over there. And he said, all the time that they were battling in the past, Lord Tywin was bringing a second Lannister army around from the south. It's said to be even larger than Jaime's host. Interesting. Damn. Kat's being real stern with him right now. I mean, it needs to happen. She said, be certain or go home. Yikes. Make no mistake, Robb, these are your bannermen, not your friends. You named yourself battle commander, command. Yikes. No pressure, Robb. Aww. He's figuring out his plan, and she said she could hear echoes of Ned in his voice. That's sweet. Interesting. So we're splitting up the army. W. Robb, and he's sending Bolton one way, and he's going towards Frey, it seems like. I mean, it definitely makes a lot more sense that Kat is staying with Robb in the book than it did in the show. I think in the show I was like, why is she staying? Like, she needs to go back to Bran. But seeing this conversation between Kat and Robb was like really important for the dynamic, because it definitely shows like Robb needed a little bit of counsel in this area. I want to see it. Like, I wonder what Robb would have been like if Ned was the one counseling him, like if they would have excelled, because I think Kat is a great mother in this scenario. Like, she is like really telling him like how he needs to be and how he needs to command. But at the end of the day, like, Kat isn't a battle commander, so Robb can only get himself so far. But it does help that Kat is here, because I think she's really kind of like showing him the ropes on like how to be a strong leader, and I think that's really cool. Tyrion made it to the Lannister army, and he's talking about how the clansmen, they all like think everybody should have a voice. Like there's not really like a true leader. So he thinks that's because like that's why there's such a hot mess. And he said he was gonna change that. Even Bran is wary of some of them. That's so funny. I'm sorry, whose house has the unicorn symbol? That's so funny to me. Like, can you just imagine like Westeros and then there's a house with the unicorn? I love that. I want to be a part of that house. Sir Flement Brax. Oh, that's cool. We're kind of like learning some of the houses on the west. He's talking about the Presters, the Crakehalls, Marbrand. That's cool. I've never heard of any of these. There's so many more houses in the book. It's so fun. He said a room, a meal, and a flagon of wine. That was all I asked. Oh my gosh, we get to see Tywin. I'm so excited. Uncle Kevin. Oh, so Uncle Kevin's a knight. They're calling him Sir. Tyrion said whenever his father's eyes were on him, he became uncomfortably aware of all his deformities and shortcomings. Poor Tyrion. Tywin said, your brother Jaime would have never meekly submitted to capture at the hands of a woman. I mean, Jaime is a knight, so... His father hung the innkeep? Because of what happened with Tyrion? That's insane. Dang, they're winning against Lord Edmure. They got him to scatter all his troops, and then it's been easy since then. Oh, what? Sir Edmure Tully was taken captive. Tywin said, Frey only takes the field when the scent of victory is in the air. So he's a lot like Tywin. Tywin's talking about the Red Fork, and then Tyrion said, the gall of them fighting back. Ooh, Dondarrion and Thoros are causing a problem for Tywin. The clansmen just came into the room. Tyrion said, they followed me home, father. May I keep them? They don't eat much. Sir Kevin's hand went to his sword and Tywin stopped him, like very subtly. Tywin is so smart. He knew they weren't winning that fight. Damn. He introduced Bran, he said, he's already changed sides twice in the short time that I've known him. You and he ought to get on famously, father. Tyrion! They just found out news that Robb is on the move, basically. Or at least half of his army is, but he doesn't know that. And Tywin made a comment of like, oh, Tywin never smiles, but I know he's happy about this. That's crazy. Even Tywin is manipulating the clansmen. He said, the men of the Winterlands are made of iron and ice, and even my boldest knights fear to face them. Tyrion thought, oh, deftly done. I mean, I will say, like, I get more of, like, Tywin's manipulation in the book, and I definitely think that's where Tyrion got it from. Yikes. Tyrion has to join them. Dang, it's so much more fun being in the book, y'all. I know I say that like 20 times, but it's just like I get more of Tywin, I get more of Tyrion, and Tywin has, to me, like always, I've said this a million times, but he's always been this like enigma, where it's like, you know Tywin is crafty, but like you don't know his plays, you don't know what he's thinking. Where like in the book we're seeing Tywin through Tyrion's lens, and I feel like Tyrion has a really good read on Tywin, where he knows like if Tywin is happy or upset, and he knows, you know, Tywin's little tells or him telling his brother not to do something. So Tyrion just notices so much about Tywin, and it makes it like a little easier to read the type of person he is. It's very fun. Okay, we're on to Sansa. Cersei. Honor guards for my daughter-to-be. So Sansa can go wherever she wants in the Red Keep, but she can't go beyond the walls. She said, besides, even if she could leave, where would she go? Dang. Sansa goes to the Sept to pray for her father, and then sometimes she'll go to the old gods. Everybody at court is like shying away from Sansa because of her dad. Oh, Sir Dantos. She said it was as if she had become a ghost, dead before her time. So even the people in court are like, feel shame for Sansa, like they won't even like acknowledge her. I feel like that at that point that should be the biggest tell to Sansa that like this engagement either isn't gonna work out, or if it does work out, it's not gonna be fun. I think it's crazy that she calls him Joff. Dude, the way he writes like their outfits is so insane. Dang. They're like listing off all the people that need to like swear fealty to Joffrey, and it's like all these houses, the Tyrells, Stannis, Renly, the Aarons, like the Tullys. There's so much. It's insane. And if they don't, then their lands are forfeit to the crown. That's wild. And then they listed off Arya's name. That's how she assumed that maybe Arya got out. Because they wouldn't list Arya if she was dead. Janos Slynt got Harrenhal. Oh, that's crazy. People are upset about this because there's like other houses that it could have gone to and it went to freaking Janos Slynt. No, they're firing Sir Barristan. Damn, Joffrey said, you let my father die, you're too old to protect anybody. That's so sad because we already know Sir Barristan was kind of like blaming himself for King Robert's death, so for like Joffrey to like drive in that final wedge, it really like is so sad for Sir Barristan. Oh, Sir Barristan. He's like, I gave up everything for this. Damn, Sir Gerald Hightower himself heard my vows. That's the one that was at the Tower of Joy, right? He fought beside Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. Damn. Sir Barristan said, I spit upon your pity. That's so sad. Sansa makes a comment of like, everybody's laughing at him, even the 5 who had been his brothers until a moment ago. Surely that must have hurt the most, Sansa thought. Sweet Sansa, she has a good heart. She hasn't learned the ways of the world yet, you know? She said her heart went out to the gallant old man as he stood shamed and red-faced, too angry to speak. Damn. He threw his sword down, said, here, melt it with the others, and then he said, perhaps Lord Stannis will chance to sit on it when he takes your throne. And out of all of that, Joffrey gets pissed off because he called him boy. Where? Ooh, they're taking him for questioning now. They added the Hound to the Kingsguard, but he was like, okay, I'll do it, but I'm not going to become a knight. And then they were like, Sir Boros said you're always a knight if you're in the Kingsguard. And then the Hound said, not until now. Sansa's stepping forward. She thought, I must be as strong as my lady mother. Poor Sansa. You imagine how scary this would be? As a little girl, you're all alone. Your sister's off who knows where. Everybody's in danger. And like, you're stepping forward in this court where nobody will even look at you. She's doing this because she knows what the council's gonna say, basically, but she's hoping to get through to Joffrey. She smiled a shy, secret smile just for him. He was listening. She knew he would. Interesting. She's learning how to manipulate a little bit. She's not there yet, but she's learning. Oh, poor Sansa. She's really like, she's learning how to manipulate a teeny bit. Like, she's giving him these smiles and she's like, I just have to get through to Joffrey because Joffrey's like the key here. So she is learning a tiny bit. But at the end of the day, like, she still thinks Joffrey is like this good man. And so she's like, oh, if he loves me and he's the good man that I think he is, like, he'll go through with this. But in reality, this is like exactly what Joffrey wants. Okay, we're on to Ned. Let's see what he's up to in his little dungeon. Damn. The king dies, Ned Stark thought, and the hand is buried. He said in the end he blamed himself. Ned, you're not used to these games. You were set up poorly, to be fair. Oh, poor Ned. He said he would cry, but he can't. He said even now he's a Stark of Winterfell, his grief and his rage frozen hard inside of him. Ooh. When he slept, he dreamed dark, disturbing dreams of blood and broken promises. What broken promises? Ned blames himself for King Robert's death too. He's like, I failed you. I lied to you, hid the truth. I let them kill you. Ned, it's not on you. Oh, Ned has a fever because of his leg. We're dreaming about the tourney at Harrenhal. Dang. So the tourney at Harrenhal is where Jaime became a part of the Kingsguard. Rhaegar Targaryen's here. The Crown Prince wore the armor that he would die in. It's so crazy to think that Ned and Robert and like all of them in their youth, they were like living during the time of like Targaryens ruling. Like, that's so cool. Dang, every night like fell to Rhaegar. Yikes. Rhaegar laid the crown of roses in Lyanna's lap, and then Ned made a comment that he like reached out towards it, but it was like filled with thorns. But it's very interesting that I feel like this alone, like Rhaegar giving her a crown of blue roses, just like already hints that like Rhaegar knew her. There was relationship there because he's giving her something she values and appreciates. It's not like random like a red rose or something. It's her favorite kind of rose. But I feel like those thorns, I'll definitely have to think about it, but I feel like the thorns are like the hidden, the secrets in this relationship, like the damage this relationship is going to do. Like, this is a sweet relationship and a sweet gesture, but the relationship itself has these thorns hidden in them, like a trap. Varys is here. Varys definitely has magic, and this part of magic is him being able to change his identity, kind of like Faceless Man vibes, because there's been multiple mentions of like, I don't know, just Varys seeming different, and Varys potentially having magic, and Varys dressing up, and it just gives me Faceless Man vibes and magic. And that's how Varys gets all his secrets, isn't it? He can become people. He's not just Varys. Because right now, Ned is like, obviously he's tripping because he has a fever and he's kind of going mad, but the last time Varys visited him, the same thing happened. He said Varys had transformed himself into a grizzled turnkey, reeking of sweat and sour wine. He said, what sort of magician are you? Interesting. He's telling Ned about Arya and saying that, like, he can't find Arya. But a part of me still feels like Varys doesn't want to find Arya. Like, I think he knows, like, if he were to find Arya, like, they would just do horrible things to her. So he just can't find her. Varys said, "You're an honest and honorable man. I often forget that. I have met so few many in my life." He said Robert was pretty much gonna die in that trip no matter what it was. And he said it was not the wine that killed the king, it was your mercy. So the only reason they're entertaining Sansa's offer is because they kind of need Ned on their side with everything that's going on right now, with like Stannis, Renly, you know, Robb marching down with an army. Cersei's like a little worried about everything going on. He said Cersei's worried that Stannis is going to pull up and cut off Joffrey's head in her own. And then Varys said, I truly believe she cares more about the boy. Crazy. Varys is like, dude, just do it. Just confess to the treason. Just say Joffrey is king. Go to the wall. Like, we need you to serve the realm. Like, don't get yourself killed. And honestly, I'm at a point where I'm like, why Ned, please? Because at the beginning of this chapter, we have Ned where he's like basically blaming himself for not being able to see this and not being able to like see the crafts and scheme and not being able to be honest with Robert sooner. And it's like you would think this scenario would make Ned kind of take a step back and be like, okay, I need to be crafty and schemy because look what happens when I'm not. But he's still sticking to it. And then we also have Varys, who made a comment that Littlefinger is the second most devious man in the Seven Kingdoms. Who's the first? Him? Aww. He's talking about Sansa, and he said Rhaenys was a child to Princess Rhaegar's daughter. She was younger than the girls, and she had a small black kitten called Balerion. That's the one Arya was chasing, huh? That's Rhaegar's daughter's cat? Damn. I imagine the Lannisters taught her the difference between a kitten and a dragon quick enough the day they broke down her door. That's so effed up. Damn, Varys has some bars, y'all. He said, the High Septon once told me that as we sin, we suffer. If that's true, Lord Eddard, tell me, why is it always the innocents who suffer the most? He said the next visitor who calls on you could bring you bread, cheese, and milk, or he could bring you Sansa's head. Oh, that's insane. I think that's literally the only way to get through to Ned at this point, because he's so honorable and so like, I have to do things right. And it's like, Ned, you're in King's Landing and you've already kind of learned the hard way what doing things right leads to. Like at this point, to keep your daughters alive, to keep you alive, like you've got to play the part. And I just don't think, like, Ned just doesn't work that way. That conversation was so good, though. There was so much of that conversation that was, like, cut from the show. And I feel like most of that conversation was just, like, amazing. 10 out of 10. That's all I've got for this week. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, bye. Okay, y'all, let's read our book. We have 15 more chapters left, and we're going to kind of just grind these out this week. But this will be my last week filming in this setup. Okay, we're on to Catelyn. Cat is worried about this war and worried for Robb, rightfully so. He's so young. They're at the Freys, and the Freys are like being kind of weird. And Robb makes a comment of like 4,000 men. Lord Frey cannot hope to fight the Lannisters by himself. Well, I don't think he would fight the Lannisters. I think he would join the Lannisters. Cat said, expect nothing of Walder Frey and you will never be surprised. Oh, interesting. One of Walder Frey's sons is wed to Tywin's sister. I didn't know that. That's so crazy. Catelyn is way more wary of Walder Frey in the book than she was in the show. Like, she is like, does not trust this man at all. Very smart. So they're shooting any ravens that come out of the twins, so that way nobody's talking about what Robb is doing. Kat is very, like, intellectual on battle planning. Like, she's not, you know, a battle commander, but she's pretty intellectual on it. She's, like, talking to Robb and Theon, and they're like, oh, we could just take the twins. And Kat's like, no, because if you did that, then Tywin would come up from behind, and then we would be dead. So it's very interesting. She's very intelligent. I mean, when you're married to Ned Stark, you kind of pick up this stuff, I guess. Yikes. Jaime destroyed Edmure's host. A Blackwood! So the Blackwoods were fighting with Edmure. Period, Cat. She said, you sound like a sulky boy. She's teaching him that, like, we can't just jump straight into war. Sometimes we have to try to, like, talk our way through things. Very smart. Kat is trying to teach him of like, oh, maybe we need to talk to him. Maybe there's a toll that needs to be paid. Then she rides off and she thinks, did you teach him wisdom as well as valor, Ned? Did you teach him how to kneel? Yikes. I don't think any of the Stark children know how to kneel. So Lord Walder wanted Robb to go in, and Kat was like, no, I'll go. And she knew that she could like potentially die by doing this. Walder Frey's wife right now is the 8th Lady Frey. Ugh, Walder Frey. I hate the way he talks and the way he treats people. Ooh. Kat said to Riverrun, where I might have expected to find you, my lord. So he's telling Kat, he was like, well, I was gonna send my men out, but then Lord Edmure lost. Please. Yikes, so he's always wanted to engage Lord Edmure to one of his daughters. Walder Frey just keeps rambling, like he's just going and going. So quite a few people knew that Robert Arryn was potentially going to get sent to Stannis on Dragonstone. Like even Walder Frey knew. That's crazy. It's so funny, Walder Frey kind of has like the upper hand in this and he's just really enjoying it. Oh, Kat is taking 2 of Lord Frey's grandsons to ward in Winterfell. She said it would seem they are both named Walder. Aw, she thinks it'll be good for Bran to have friends his age. Okay, personal squire, check. Poor Arya. Dude, when you really think about that, this like arrangement is such BS. Like she's taking 2 wards, we have a squire, Arya's engaged, now Robb is engaged. Like that's so much just to cross a bridge. That's insane. Why did we even agree to that? Just kill him. For good or ill, her son had thrown the dice. Thrown the dice is a big thing in this book, and I really like that saying. I think it's so fun. Okay, we crossed the bridge. I do think it's really interesting, like, how much more Kat distrusts the Tullys. I think she made, like, 1 or 2 comments about it when we first watched the show, but, like, in the book, it's, like, every time we talk about the phrase, there's just, like, this big level of mistrust there. Like, she really does not trust them. And then when we're crossing this bridge, the amount of, like, things she agreed to, it's just, it's a mess. It's a mess. Okay, we're on to Jon. Oh right, we haven't been with the Jon since the White. Ooh. Interesting, the injury that he got from the White on his hand, it was like bad. Like you felt like his hand was on fire, you had to like plunge it in ice. That's crazy. So a White Walker injury might not be like typical, especially like the one that Jon got. Ooh, and then he had a dream that like the White was his dad. Like Ned Stark. Definitely prophetic because his dad is about to die. Commander Mormont knows that that's, you know, not the last of those bodies that they'll see. Grief and noise. That's all they're good for, ravens. Every time we talk about ravens, we talk about, like, dark wings, dark words, grief and noise. Like, ravens are just this negative connotation, which just makes me think of Bran. Like, maybe Bran is just that negative connotation of like what's to come. Oh no, Barristan Selmy escaped and now he's like branded as a traitor. That's crazy. He said, we have white shadows in the woods, an unquiet dead stalking our halls, and a boy sits the Iron Throne. Yeah, not very helpful. Aw, he's giving him the sword right now. Oh, interesting. Different swords are like different names in a way. So ice, he was saying, is like a two-handed sword, and then the one that Lord Mormont is giving him is called a bastard sword because it's one-handed. That's so cool. I didn't even know that was a thing. Aww. Poor Jon. He's saying when he was Bran's age, he used to dream of like his father's life being in danger, and then he saved his father's life, and then his father made him a Stark. That's so sad. He said even the memory shamed him. What kind of man stole his own brother's birthright? A lot of people, Jon. A lot of people. Jon made a comment that like whatever demonic spirit was in Othor was like burned out. So we're viewing them as like having a demonic spirit. Interesting. That's so crazy that he's seeing his father like as this wight in his dreams. Jon is taking this sword and he's like, but it's not my father's. That's so sad. Sir Andrew Tarth. Sir Alistair's going to King's Landing. Bye-bye. Everybody's complimenting his sword and he's like kind of angry. I think a lot of this is like, once again, it's just not from his father. It's, you know, like this validation that he's always wanted from his father, but it's coming from someone else. Aw, the guys knew about it. That's so sweet. Yeah, there's so much going on in Jon's mind right now. He's like conflicted about this sword. He's kind of like traumatized from Othor. Then on top of that, Robb is like marching to the Riverlands. Ned is, you know, a prisoner. There's just so much going on for him. And he's stuck at the wall. Jon showed Ghost the pommel of a sword and said, "Look, it's you." That's so cute. He's remembering how he found Ghost. He said he was alone, apart from the others in the litter. He was different, so they drove him out. It's literally a direct foil to Jon. It just makes me think if like the kids are direct foils to their wolves, then like Sansa's gonna be dying at some point. You know, like especially if Sansa's like the only kiddos who lose their wolf are the kiddos that die. Like Robb loses his wolf, then he dies. Sansa has lost her wolf, so she's probably gonna die. What happens with Rickon's wolf in the book? What happens with Bran's wolf in the book? Like, I feel like the wolf is the foreshadow for the character. I don't know, it's interesting. We're talking about Mr. Aemon, and Sam's like, I think he knew. He sees things no one else sees. Is he like a dreamer because he's a Targaryen? Baelor the Blessed tried to replace all the ravens with doves? That's cool. The crow is the raven's poor cousin. They're both beggars in black, hated and misunderstood. He's having the talk with Mr. Aemon, where Mr. Aemon is talking about like love and the death of duty. And Jon is like hesitating because he's like, well, my dad did father an illegitimate child and won't talk about my mother. So maybe he's not as honorable as I think. This talk is so good. So he said when Aegon slew Black Heron, his brother was Lord Commander on the Wall, and he didn't get involved in that conflict. And then he was saying like there's been generations of like wars that the Wall has not gotten involved in. Maester Aemon turned his head and looked at him with those dead white eyes. It was as if he were seeing right into his heart. Maester Aemon is so fascinating. He said, have you heard nothing I've told you, Jon? Do you think you're the first? Very true. So Maester Aemon, his father was Maekar, not Maegor. Maekar. I don't know, guys. Okay, there's too many names. And then he had a brother named Aegon, so which Aegon was that? 500? And then him. Interesting. And so he was brothers to Aerys? Question mark. Because he said, yet still it grieved me to sit forgotten as they cut down my brother's poor grandson and his son and even the little children. So yeah, he would be Aerys's brother. Right? That's crazy. He's basically telling Jon, suck it up, you're fine. But I mean, it is hard for Jon. I think Jon is very young and he's seeing all of this and he's like, nobody understands. And then enters Aemon Targaryen, who's like, I understand more than you think. If anything, his situation was worse. And I think there's definitely still a little guilt there for Aemon, where he decided to stay and decided to hold to his vows. And he just is like, I had to sit here while all of this happened, and you kind of have to too. But that's just so crazy. That was a good conversation, though. I love that conversation. Dany's in war right now. Very fun. Oh, that's crazy. He killed 2 cows. And I think this is in preparation for Dany and them like getting the stuff for, Dany becoming, ruler in Westeros or whatever. But Dany is talking about how she like basically knew those cows and they were like sitting at the dinner table with them just a little bit ago. Dany's watching like all this brutality and she's like, I'm the blood of the dragon. It's fine. That sucks. She said she wanted to cry, but she told herself that she must be strong. This is war. This is what it looks like. This is the price of the Iron Throne. That sucks. I wonder like what Dany's story would have been if she like didn't care about legacy and didn't care about the Targaryen family. Like she just like did what she wanted to do. She said, I want no SA. I think she's really thinking of herself and like she personally knows like what this experience is like. But it really complicates things because this is how the Dothraki functions. And so for her to like go in and say like absolutely not makes it really complicated. Aww. Jorah said, as you command. And then he said, you're your brother's sister in truth. She said, Viserys? He said, no, Rhaegar. That's so sweet. Oh, they had to kill the men to stop what was happening with the woman she claimed. Is that Midi? Is it going to be Midi? Oh, well, this makes sense why it was such a big conflict. Because in the show, she had just stopped one encounter from happening. In the book, she's stopping every single encounter from happening, which rightfully so, Queen. But at the same time, like, obviously the Dothraki are going to have a very hard time with this. She's basically taking all of their fun, which is terrible to say, but like in the Dothraki world, that's how it was. Oh, and then she like saves all these women and they're suspicious of her. They like don't even trust her. Ugh. Khal Drogo's injury is way worse. Khal Drogo said, ride slowly, Kotho. If the mother does not burn you where you sit, the sun will trample you in the mud. Damn. Ugh, his injury is so bad. Dany could see the muscles in his chest where the skin had been cut. So Dany sent for the eunuchs and then Midi stepped up. Ooh. Midi learned some of her stuff from Ashai. And Maester Marwyn? Interesting. From the sea, beyond the sea, the seven lands, he said, sunset lands, where men are iron and dragons rule. What is that? We need that for the White Walkers. Where men are iron and dragons rule. Who are we just talking to that just said that? Osha? They said that the only thing that could defeat the White Walkers were iron, sun, and dragons, basically. A maester and a Ashai. Okay, y'all. Final answer, Ashai is a part of the White Walker plot at the end of the book. 100%. Oh, y'all, this is tea. Midi has tea. So, we're talking about, like, she's learned from Ashai. She's learned from maesters. But this specific maester she's talking about is a maester in Ashai. And then there was comments made by Ser Jorah, potentially, or Dany, that the maesters in Old Town don't really, like, heal. Like, they're not very good at it. So then that tells me that there's, like, maesters in Ashai that potentially practice magic, question mark? I don't know, it just leads me straight back to, I can't remember who we just had that conversation with. I'll have to go back and look, but we just had a conversation with somebody. Oh, it was Jon. It was Jon. He was walking back from finding the dead men, and he had mentioned that conversation with old Nan, and she had made comments of like, oh, men of iron, the sun, fire. So we need a shy in this mix, and whoever these shy maesters are need to be in the mix when it comes to the White Walker battle. Dany felt that she could trust this old plain-faced woman with her flat nose. She had saved her from the hard hands of men, after all. Poor Dany. She expects everybody to kind of like think similar to her, like, oh, I saved her, so she kind of like owes me one. But not everybody thinks like Dany. She healed him, and she's giving him instructions of like, oh, keep this in place for 10 days and 10 nights. No drinking, no milk of the poppy. And then, like, keep your body strong to fight the poison spirits. And then he said, I'm the Cal, I spit on pain and drink what I like. Interesting. Makes me think, like, I'm not there yet, so I'm not sure yet. But it makes me think, like, what if she actually did heal him, but because he didn't listen to her instructions, it got infected and he died? Dany doesn't know how to command. She's like, hey, would you potentially help me out when it's time to give birth? And Khal Drogo's like, you command. I like that she's like so kind to people, or tries to be. I'm curious to see how that plays out, because we got so much more Midi, and we got so much more like background with her, comments of a shy, which are definitely going to be a part of the story now, confirmed for me. And then we also have like me in my head now of like, okay, did she genuinely just try to heal him right now, and then because he doesn't listen it gets infected, or is she crafting and scheming? But there was a few comments from Dany of like, oh, I trust her, which definitely susses me out, because typically if we trust somebody, it doesn't go in favor. So that'll be really interesting to see play out. I'm excited to see what happens with that. Okay, we are on to Tyrion. Whoops. Tyrion's reluctant to fight Robb. Maybe he understands, like, you could definitely see like Tywin undermining Robb and like really not expecting much from him, and Tyrion is kind of the only one that's like, this might be a little spooky. Interesting. Tyrion said, Sir Kevin seldom had a thought that Lord Tywin had not had first. Yikes. Tyrion getting put in the Vanguard is definitely like this big power struggle. It's just so sad. Podrick! Tyrion met Pod, and he made Pod like stick his tongue out, and he said, definitely a tongue. Someday you must learn to use it. Pod was given to him through like a cruel jape, according to Tyrion, but if Pod is anything like the show, it was a good thing. When Tyrion hires his girls, he like tells whoever that goes and gets them like, hey, make sure you tell them like I'm, you know, a dwarf, because he like they get this like look in their eyes that like makes them really insecure. Poor Tyrion. Shae is definitely a match for Tyrion's personality. She's very sassy. There's like, this is the second comment that Tyrion is a giant. I'm wondering if that goes hand in hand with like Varys' conversation later of like a small man can cast a big shadow. I wonder if that goes hand in hand with like the giant comments to Tyrion, because Shae just said it to him as well. That's interesting. Tyrion's late to battle not because he was like drinking all night, but because Robb pulled up like a day earlier than he was supposed to. So nobody was expecting Robb to be there. Because in the show, like Tyrion got like so schwasty and like slept in, but that's not what happened in the book. It's battle time. Poor Tyrion, he doesn't have armor that fits him. That's interesting. Tywin's armor It has like the lions have like ruby crimson eyes, like ruby eyes. And I feel like anytime a character has like rubies on their outfit, it's just like a nod to Rhaegar. It's so fun. Tyrion's nervous that the wolves will be at the war. Bran gave us a strategy. He said, always follow a big man into war because he's such a splendid target. Tyrion's nervous about being on the left. I wonder if Tyrion gets knocked out in the book or if it's an actual battle. Ooh, interesting. Tywin had like assumed that Walder Frey wasn't even going to join this. So to see the phrase was like a big like, oh. Oh, this is so fun. Tyrion is involved in this battle. He's doing pretty good. Go, Tyrion. Uh-oh, his shield just broke. Damn. Tyrion's killing some men. Who is this knight with the morning star that's getting Tyrion right now? The way that Tyrion, like, gets himself out of these situations is so funny. Like, he just caused this dude's horse to freak out, and then he won that. Like, that's crazy. Dang, that's crazy. So Tywin made his plans based off of, like, Tyrion failing. So he was like, oh, I'll put Tyrion on the left. Then when the left fails, then we can, like, plan around that. That's so effed up. It's like one thing to be like, oh, you're in the vanguard. If you die, you die. It's a whole nother thing to kind of like base your plans around Tyrion failing. That's wild. Ooh, Roose Bolton escaped. They just found out Rob's plan. Go, Rob! He's running for a Riverrun. That was so good, y'all. That's like our first like official battle in the book. It was written so well. It was chaotic. But at the same time, it makes me so mad with the show because why the heck did we just knock out Tyrion? Like, Tyrion was doing so good in that. And I was, like, really surprised because, you know, the show, like, he just gets knocked out. He misses the battle. There's a bunch of comments about it, whatever. But then we, like, have the book scene where he's, like, genuinely, like, in this mix and he's getting himself out of these scenarios. And you really just, like, you really get to see how crafty Tyrion is. Like, even in the face of, like, battle, in the face of, like, a really difficult situation, he's still able to pull out the crafty card and, like, figure out how to get out of that scenario. And it's crazy. But that was really good. Okay, y'all, we're on to Catelyn. Oh, that's interesting. So while Rob is, like, you know, doing his side quest, basically, she has 30 men around her to, like, protect her and get her back to Winterfell if it, like, goes wrong. That's smart. Rob wanted 50 men around her. That's so funny. Basically, no matter how many men were around her, if they had lost that, like, Cat would have died. She's thinking of all the, like, men in her life who have, like, told her to wait for them to come home. Like her dad, he would say, watch for me, little cat. And then she said Brandon Stark bid her to wait as well. That's so sad. Oh, this is so sad. She's like waiting for Robin, like before he had left, she was like watching him and then she was like praying to like let him grow taller, let him know 16, 20, 50, let him grow as tall as his father and hold his own son in his arms. Please, please, please. That's so sad. Rob's growing up, y'all. It's so crazy to see Rob through Kat's perspective. Like, it's such a mother perspective. Everything is like, oh, there goes my son, who now looks like a knight. And, like, there's just so many little mother comments. It's so cute. Oh, interesting. Kat said one of his companions was even a woman, Daisy Mormont. That's so fun. Oh. Oh, no, that doesn't make sense. Because they're with... Daisy Mormont has a morning star, and I was wondering if that was the same night that was fighting with Tyrion, but that wouldn't make sense because she's with Rob. But maybe it was a different Mormont. Did they use morning stars? Oh, that's crazy. So not only did he trick Tywin and Jaime, but while he's in the middle of tricking Tywin, he's like tricking Jaime as well. He's like sending out men with Tully banners to make Jaime think that these are like part of Lord Edmure's like side quest men, and then he's waiting on the side to like intercept, basically. Rob, look at you cook. He's cooking, y'all. Damn, that's crazy. So Kat is like really close to this battle, because in the show she like wasn't near it at all. Oh, dude, I would be a mess, especially with your son down there. Oh my gosh. They got Jaime. That's also crazy that they have Edmure. Like, I never even knew they had Edmure. So this is where the Karstark and the Jaime beef start. So during this battle, Jaime killed Lord Karstark's sons, and then Lord Karstark started getting that anger streak toward Jaime. Aww, and Lord Karstark's sons were protecting Robb because Jaime was like beelining it for Robb. That's crazy. Oh, that's a cool expression. She said, "You have no time for grief. You may have lopped off the head of the snake, but 3/4 of the body is still coiled around my father's castle." And then there's Theon. He's like, "But we did so many cool things." Damn. Good job, Rob. It's so fun seeing Rob cook, and it's also really fun seeing it from Kat's perspective. Because, like, once again, like, she's just such a mother. Like, you're really seeing it through a mother's lens. And it just makes it so, it makes the stakes so much higher. Like, it's not just Rob anymore. Like, he's not just a regular character. This is, like, somebody's son. You know what I mean? And it just makes it so much more intense and so much more impactful. And then that also makes me think, like, what perspective is the Red Wedding from? Because if it's through Kat's, like, that's gotta be insane. So that makes me nervous for like future Rob story, because this was already stressful and it was just them getting Jaime. That's wild. Okay, y'all, we're on to Dany. Dany's noticing Khal Drogo's kind of like out of it, and he had made a comment that like Midi's mixture that she had made him itched and burned him, and he tore it off after 6 days. He's also drinking a lot, probably because of the pain. Okay, Dany. Look at her go. Khal Drogo fell off his horse, and she's immediately like, "Don't tell anybody he fell off his horse. Like, we're camping here. Blame it on me because I'm pregnant." Like, that's crazy. They're like, "You do not command me, Khaleesi." Bitch, just do it. He's like out of it, just fell off his horse, you know, whatever, whatever. And all he keeps saying is like, "No." He keeps saying it over and over again. "No," he muttered in the common tongue. It was all he said, all he seemed capable of saying. Kind of reminds me of like their first, like their wedding night together. All he kept saying was like, "No." That's crazy. So falling from your horse is like the biggest no-no. Like, it's like, that's like the nail in the coffin type of thing. She's getting a lot better at being commanding. Like, I think she's definitely panicked right now and definitely like freaking out because of Khal Drogo, but she's gotten a lot better at like, go get this, go do this, go do that. And it's very interesting to see, because like at first she was very like wary of like even asking for something. Oh no, the whole Khalasar is talking about how he fell off the horse. Dang, Jorah wanted to take her to a shy when like Khal Drogo's dying. We should have gone. There's something in a shy that we need. Jorah's warning her about what would happen to her son, and she's thinking of Rhaegar and his children. Oh, that's kind of sweet. Drogo's blood riders would take Dany to the what is it called? The Dosh Kalen? I forgot what it's called. To Vias, and then they would die with Khal Drogo, but they would make sure she gets to like the Dosh Kalen first. Vias, sorry. I think it's called the Dosh Kalen. I don't know. Too many Dothraki names. It's crazy that she keeps asking for Midi because, like, we should be asking for, like, the eunuchs, I feel like. I feel like they would have more of a, like, solid scientific helpfulness because that's their healers in the Dothraki land, Dothraki world. Oh, they kind of blame Dany for this. That's a good point, Jorah. And he's saying, the Dothraki say a man and his blood riders share one life, and Kotho sees it ending. A dead man is beyond fear. Yikes. Dany's talking to Midi. She said, now you must save him, please. Midi said, you do not ask a slave, you tell her. I'm wondering if she's, like, repeating those words to her in, like, anger. See, I'm still conflicted on if Midi actually, like, killed him or not. When it came to, like, fixing the wound, because she's talking about this mixture she made him, and she was like, yeah, it's gonna burn, it's healing it. And then he tore it off early, and he was drinking, which is exactly what she told him not to do. So it's like, was that on Khal Drogo or was that on Midi? Like, did she do something she wasn't supposed to do? Or did Khal Drogo just not listen to instructions and then got it infected? I think when we get to, like, the, like, bringing him back to life stuff, I think, yeah, she definitely messes that up. But I think originally, I don't know. Maybe I'm just giving her too much benefit of the doubt here. Oh, that's so cool. She said, I learned the way in Ashai and paid dear for the lesson. My teacher was a blood mage from the Shadowlands. Yo, there's so many mentions of Ashai and the Shadowlands. Now that I think about it, I do feel like Midi did something. Because, like, why is she giving him a mixture that burns? I don't know. Talking about the price for the magic, Dany said that she would die for him if she must. She was blood of the dragon. She would not be afraid. Her brother Rhaegar had died for the woman that he loved. Dany, no! What are we doing? Oh, that's crazy that they're killing his horse, like, knowing all the context on, like, their relationships with their horse and stuff, and, like, how precious these horses are to him, or to them. Like, it's crazy that they're killing his horse. Poor little horsey. Dany, what are we doing? Damn, even Jorah called her a fool. Dang, most of the Blood Riders are mad at her. Jorah going up against Kotho is crazy. Ooh, he cut him. He cut Jorah. Oh, Jorah's not doing good. Never mind, he's winning now. Yay. What is going on? Yo, stones are flying at Dany. Kaholo, who used to, like, be friendly and nice to Dany, like, just tried to kill her. Oh, no way. Dany said it felt as if her son had a knife in each hand, as if he were hacking at her to cut his way out. It's also crazy that, like, Dany got to a point where she was, like, crying no and saying, please stop, it's too high, the price is too high. Oh, she didn't want to be taken to Midi. Oh my gosh. Yo, that was insane. There's so much in that chapter. Like, it's crazy. We have Khal Drogo falling off his horse. Then she, like, asks for Midi. And there's already so much tension with that because they already don't like her. And then she's only asking for Midi. But I feel like in that scenario, the safest option would have been to ask for, like, one of their eunuchs that they have because their eunuchs are their healers. But she's, like, dead set on Midi. And then Midi's, like, making these little comments to her that are kind of weird. Like the comment of, like, oh, you don't ask a slave, you command a slave. Like, I felt like that was, like, a taunt. Like, I felt like she was, like, spitting Khal Drogo's words back in Dany's face. And so, like, that was a red flag to me because it shows, like, she doesn't have a pure heart. Like, she's not happy with Dany. And then Dany didn't really seem to catch that. I think that's just because she's panicked. But then we have Midi who's like, oh, you're going to have to pay. Dany doesn't really ask like what the cost is. Like she's like, oh, I'll die. And then Mitty's like, no, it's not you. And then Dany's like, okay. Like she doesn't really ask, which is crazy. And then everything with like the Blood Riders, like they were like going off on Dany. Like they were about to kill her. That's insane. And then Jorah takes her into the tent because Doria and Itty had suggested it. But Dany didn't want to go in the tent, but she like couldn't speak for some reason. I don't know if it's like just because the pain or if like maybe there's some sort of magic that, you know, like is influencing this to happen, where like Mitty is maybe like influenced all of this to come together. I don't know. She's a witch. We never know. But damn, y'all, that was crazy. That was crazy. Okay, we're on to Arya. Arya's catching pigeons, and she said it's easier than catching cats. As Septon is watching her, she's like, this is the best place to find pigeons. She's thinking of stealing one of this guy's lemon tarts. There's so many rumors about how King Robert died. One of them is that Ned killed him. Another one is that Renly killed him. Yikes. Aw, Arya's been hiding in Flea Bottom. All the gates are closed, that's why she can't get out. Dang, that's crazy. I can't believe she's been hiding in Flea Bottom. She's had men look at her weird. Even the kids in like the town are really mean. Oh, the ship that they were supposed to take is still there. Smart Arya. She said they were looking for a girl, but he thought she was a boy. She would be a boy then. So there's different types of bells. So this guy's saying that one tower tolling means it's a summoning bell. But if like the king dies, then all the bells go off. Oh no, it's Ned's time. Arya tripped. Dude, it's rough in the streets. Arya tripped, she almost got ran down. These kids try to take everything from her. That's bad. Yikes, she sees Ned. One guy made a comment that they don't behead people at the Sept. So, definitely like wasn't the plan. That's crazy. Arya sees Sansa and she's like, why the F is Sansa so happy right now? Because Arya just doesn't understand that like, this is a good thing, potentially. Like, Ned might get out of this situation. Arya's praying to the gods as they like throw stones at Ned. That's so interesting. It feels like when the Stark family prays, the opposite happens. You know, like I don't know what it is. Like Bran just prayed to protect Robb. We know Robb is gonna die. Cat prayed to protect Robb. We know Robb is gonna die. Arya's praying to protect Ned, and we know Ned is gonna die. It's so weird. Joffrey, no! Oh, this is so brutal for Sansa. The crazy thing too is he like looked at Sansa, smiled, and then said, Sir Ilyn, bring me his head. Like, damn. That's insane. The way she was just like so blindsided. Arya's trying to get through the crowd. She's like hacking at people. No way. They're using ice. Oh, that's crazy. Ned's death in the book is like so insane. Like there's just so much chaos. And then she's like hacking through the crowds. Then Yoren grabs her. Then Arya says there was like a sigh in the crowd. And then everybody just started leaving. Like we don't even get like a confirmation that his head was cut off. Like that's insane. Damn, y'all. It's so much more brutal in the book, especially because like we get more of Arya knowing that she was in Flea Bottom and like all of that. mess that she was involved in. Like, it's such a bad scenario to be in. And then on top of that, you have Ned, Sansa getting blindsided. It's so like, it's so much more minor in the book, where like in the show it's like this big scene, and like in the book like we're seeing it through Arya's lens, so we don't even get to like see it really. Bran was a good little fighter. He said, if I still had my legs, I could beat them all. And then he's like talking about the last time that King Robert was here and he had knocked down Prince Tommen 100 times. Ooh, that's cool. Bran said there was a knight who couldn't see. Simeon Star Eyes. Ooh, Bran dreamt about the crow again. He dreamt about the crow, saw his father in the crypts, and then his father in the crypts was trying to like talk to him, or he was sad. Something about Jon. Osha got her chains removed. Bran's very insistent on them going down to the crypts right now. Osha sees all the statues and she's like, grim folk. Talking about their ancestors, they said hard men for hard time. We don't really have a lot of hard men for this hard time yet. What? There's a Jon Stark in history? Oh, that's crazy. There's also a Theon Stark. There's a Brandon the Shipwright. His tomb is empty. Brandon the Burner, because he put to torch all his father's ships. Brandons are a little wild, it seems like. Cregan Stark, is that the one in House of the Dragon? I think it is. There's Cregan Stark, he fought with Prince Aemon and the Dragon Knight, said he had never faced a finer swordsman. They're down by Ned's grave, but Bran's having like a weird feeling, like the hairs on the back of his neck are sticking up. It's crazy that Rickon saw his father too. Rickon definitely has a prophetic dream gift as well. I feel like all the Starks do. It's so weird, like all their dreams are so cryptic. It's interesting. Maester Luwin is like kind of like doubting things. Like he's looking at Rickon and he's looking at Bran and he's like, what the hell? Rickon made another comment that his wolf doesn't like chains. What if Rickon has like a weird death gift? I don't know. We're gonna have to watch Rickon because he really likes it down in the crypts and he's wild. He's a little free spirit, that one. Even his wolf is wild. Osha said the children of the forest could tell you a thing or two about dreaming. Like what? The children knew the song of the trees, they could fly like birds, swim like fish, and talk to the animals. We know Bran can fly like birds, but what can Rickon do? Maester Luwin sees magic as like a very fickle thing. He said, the men who trust in spells is also dueling with a glass sword, as the children did. It's true, magic's like a power you don't fully understand. Ooh, Maester Luwin has dragon glass. Maester Luwin is saying that the children of the forest hunted with obsidian, and Osha said, and they still do. Ooh, and Bran and Rickon got to keep one. He's talking about the children of the forest, and he's saying that the old gods are secretly named. We can't know their name. That's why they're called the old gods. I still want to know what a green seer is. That's the second time we've heard that name. Weird. We're talking about like the history of the children of the forest and, you know, the Andals, the first men, like everything that happened with that. And in the middle of that, Summer begins to howl. Bran says that he has like dread, like clutching at his heart. Then he says, it's coming, the crow, the three-eyed crow. And then the crow lands on the window, or a raven lands on the window. And it has the news of Ned, doesn't it? That's crazy. So like right before it happened, Bran like knew the news was gonna be there, like something bad. The Raven just landed and Rickon immediately starts to cry. Maester Luwin goes to get the paper. Bran says, "What is it?" Osha said, "You know what it is, boy." What? That's insane. So, like, not only do the boys have this dream, but, like, they know what it means. Because in the show, they didn't know what it meant. They just had this dream. Then, like, right before the Raven arrives with the letter, they both start, like, freaking out. Like, Summer's freaking out. Rickon's wolf is freaking out. Rickon is freaking out. And Bran has, like, this dread. And he's like, the three-eyed crow. It's coming. Wow. That's crazy. And even Osha, like, I feel like in the show as well, Osha was very kind of like dismissive of it. Book Osha is so fascinating because she immediately, like, not only does she believe all of it, but she also, like, adds to it. She's talking about the children of the forest and how this is, like, certainly a thing. And she kind of, like, perpetuates it a little bit. It's really cool. Okay, we're on to Sansa. Sansa's depressed. Rightfully so. Damn. She just keeps dreaming of Ned. She said she couldn't look away. Which is crazy too because like we open the book with somebody getting decapitated and like the first thing Bran is told is like don't look away. Oh, she's thinking of flinging herself out the window. Damn. She even went like and walked over to it, but then she couldn't do it. That's insane. Ew. Grandmaster Pycelle, like, came to her room and was like, "Oh, are you ill?" And then made her undress and touched her all over while her bedmaid held her down. Yuck. Sansa's having terrible dreams. Dreams of, like, men coming to kill her. She's nude. Not Joffrey being here. Damn. Joffrey's making her go to court with her. That's so crazy too, because like imagine not seeing the show and reading the book for the first time. Like you would be so blinded by Joffrey with Sansa, and it's like this is the first chapter with Sansa in the entire book that we're finally seeing Joffrey as he is. And Sansa's like, he's disgusting. I can't believe I ever thought him handsome. Like, it's crazy. Damn. Sir Meryn hit her so hard that she, like, fell over. The Hound is talking to her. He's like, give him what he wants. And she's like, what does he want? And he was like, basically telling her just to be a little bird again. He tells her that and then she immediately takes his advice. And she's like, give me perfume and a bath. And damn. Good job, Sansa. Sansa learns quick. She's like a little chameleon, this one. She has like Sir Meryn come to pick her up and she's like, are you gonna hit me if I don't come? And then he was like, if you're refusing to come. But then she's sitting there and she's thinking about it. And she said she wanted to rage, to hurt him as he had hurt her, to warn him that when she was queen she would exile him if he ever dared strike her again. But then she remembered what the Hound had told her. She's so smart. She picks up things so quick. It took one comment from the Hound for her to like perfectly disguise into this mix. Oh my gosh. Joffrey's just so violent. Everything is violence in his court. He's cutting off hands. He's telling a woman that she should die. Like, that's insane. Sansa's thinking, in life, the monsters win. And then right as she thinks that, she hears the Hound's voice telling her to give Joffrey what he wants. That's so sad. Joffrey said, my birthday's coming up. What are you gonna give me? She's talking to Joffrey, and Joffrey said, you truly are a stupid girl, aren't you? My mother says so. Sansa was like, she does? And then she's talking about how, like, after everything hurtful he said to her, like, that still hurt her because she had expected like that relationship with her and Cersei to be real, and she's learning that that's not. Sansa said the Hound was right. I'm only a little bird repeating the words they taught me. Y'all, the way Sansa had to like lock in, she had to lock in. That's so sad. She's so young too. For her to be like learning this lesson so young is so sad. He's gonna go show her Ned's head. It's crazy, like her decisions are based off of the Hound right now. It's so wild. Like those two little comments from the Hound really like have decided everything for Sansa from this point on. And she's like trying not to go see Ned, and then she has the Hound in her head like telling her, give him what he wants. Sansa thought he can make me look at the heads, but he can't make me see them. Ugh, the Hound had to turn the head. It had been dipped in tar to preserve it longer? She said she's looking at it, but she's not seeing it, and that it doesn't really look like Lord Eddard. It doesn't even look real. She's like convincing herself this isn't it. Aw, rip the septa. In the middle of this, he's like, you still haven't said what you're gonna give me for my birthday. What the F? Damn. Joffrey's talking about his mom. He said, women are all weak, even her, though she pretends that she isn't. Maybe my brother will give you your head. Sansa, no. Damn. Sir Meryn hit her twice this time. She's thinking about pushing Joffrey, and she's like, if I die with him, it's worth it. The Hound stopped her. Said that he knelt before her between her and Joffrey. I still feel like he knew what she was gonna do, and he was like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it, Sansa. Dude, the way the Hound has like gone into protective mode over Sansa, but it's so subtle. I love it. And especially like there's so much in Sansa's chapter where we're really like in her head during this, and it's so fun. Like this is exactly why I like to read, because I knew that moment for Sansa was brutal watching the show, but being in the book with her, like during that moment after her dad is dead and seeing just like how horribly they treat her, it's insane. And then seeing like the Hound is the one who gets her to kind of slip into this role, and the one who gets her to kind of like conform and basically keep herself alive. It's so fascinating. I'm so excited to like read more from Sansa's perspective after this and see like what her mind is going to look like going forward, because I'm already like loving it. Another thing too is I feel like with Sansa, like you can feel the like vibe change in her chapters. Like after Ned's death, there's like there's before Ned's death and then after Ned's death. And I feel like before Ned's death, it was like butterflies and rainbows and fairies, and like everything was like so magical and majestic and fun. And like last chapter felt dark. Like it felt so dark and dreary and like just so depressing. Like it like oozes off of the page. It's crazy. Okay, we're on to Dany. Ooh. She's having fever dreams and there's wings in them. She's walking down a long hall wall with like high stone arches that reminds me of like the Red Keep, but there's a red painted door at the end of it, like her lemon tree red door. Oh no, I'm gonna make comments about every line. This stream is crazy so far. She's on the Dothraki Sea with Drogo. She said home. Suddenly the stars were gone, across the blue sky swept the great wings, and the world took flame. You don't want to wake the dragon, it's just being repeated over and over again, but it's like getting minimized. This is insane. He said, I am the dragon, I will be crowned, as he has melted gold trickling down his face. There's something chasing her. And she said if it caught her, she would die a death that was more than death, howling forever alone in the darkness. She began to run. Oh, she's dreaming of her son, too. Her son was tall and proud with Drogo's copper skin, her own silver hair, violet eyes. Damn, that would have been a pretty human. But when he opened his mouth, fire poured out. She saw his heart burning through his chest. Guys, this is insane. And then he turned to ash. He like caught all on fire and turned to ash. She started crying. Her tears instantly turned to steam. Then the thing turned into want to wake the dragon. Oh my gosh, you guys, every line. Ghosts lined the hallways, dressed in the faded remnants of kings. Swords of pale fire, silver hair, gold, platinum white. Eyes were opal, amethyst, tourmaline, jade. They're like egging her on to run faster. Are these like all her ancestors? Is she in the Red Keep right now? Because they're like, you know, the Red Keep is haunted. Oh my gosh. They're telling her to go faster. Pain goes down her back. Then she has wings. And then she's flying. She's flying across the Dothraki Sea now. She sees Rhaegar. Damn. She sees Rhaegar in all his like armor. He has fire red eyes. Jorah's voice is saying the last dragon. She lifts his black visor and the face is her own. Oh my gosh. Dude, that was insane. That was 2 pages of just like every line was insane. And then she woke to the taste of ashes. Oh my gosh. She like wakes up, she desperately like wants somebody, needs something, and then they find her like crawling on the carpet towards the dragon eggs. What? They just drugged her. She wants the dragon eggs. She like wakes holding the like golden white dragon egg. And then she said a fine sheen of perspiration covered her bare skin. Dragon dew, she thought. That's insane. So while she was dreaming, she's getting all these visions. She basically like knows from her dream that her son is dead. But she got to see him like grown up. And then she also knows from this dream that Rhaegar is not the last dragon. She is. And she like literally turned into a dragon. She said it did not frighten her. All her fear was gone, burned away. Aw, her son sounds like he would have been so beautiful. She said all the grief has been burned out of me. She's asking Jorah to tell her about her son. And Jorah's like having a hard time with it, and immediately Midi like says monstrous. And Dany said, the knight was a powerful man, yet Dany understood in that moment that the Magi was stronger, crueler, and infinitely more dangerous. Yep. Damn. So he really was like a dragon. Midi just called Jorah an Iron Lord. Is that like another name for Andal? She said Sir Jorah had killed her son. He had done what he did for love and loyalty, yet he carried her into a place no living man should go and fed her baby to the darkness. Oh, Jorah knows it too. Midi made a comment that the shadows have touched Jorah also. What does that mean? Her big thing now is if she looks back, she's done for. Damn, they all left. Dany's gonna go. She's basically made a vow to pay back Mago and Kojako. I don't know how to say those, okay? She said, I swear to you, those men will die screaming. That's definitely gonna happen someday. Damn. It's crazy how many times this chapter alone Dany is saying, if I look back, I am lost. And I feel like she's just gonna keep carrying that mentality with her from her dream. Midi said, look at your cow and see what life is worth when all the rest is gone. Honestly, she kind of cooks with that line, I'm not gonna lie. Dany said, if life was worthless, what was death? A mercy, it seems like. Poor Dany. She's realizing, like, Khal Drogo he's gone. There's nothing she can do. She said, "Then you will return to me, my sun and stars, and not before." "Never," the darkness cried. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Before she pushes the cushion down on his face, she says, "If I look back, I am lost." And then she suffocates him. Dude, the chapters are so good. Like, towards the end of the book, like, these chapters are insane. Especially, like, last chapter we had Sansa, and it's just like, Sansa's chapter, her whole mentality, the shift of her mindset, like, was insane. Then we have Dany, and Dany has this, like, super extensive dream. Something is chasing her. And I'm like, what was chasing her? Death? It's like this darkness. It's gotta be like death, right? She has this thing chasing her. Then she sees all these visions. She becomes a dragon. Then we have Khal Drogo. Oh my gosh. These were such good chapters, y'all. Such good chapters. Let's finish Game of Thrones. Okay, we're on to Tyrion. Damn. Tywin's like booking it right now, and they're like leaving their injured men on like the side of the road, basically. They were trying to get to Riverrun before Robb, and he beat them. So all of those men that they abandoned was useless. Ooh, that's cool. I'm learning like what Riverrun does in battle. They basically like turn Riverrun into an island. So the only way to kind of like besiege Riverrun is to basically split your army up into 3 points, and that's what Jaime did. But that was his downfall, and that's how Robb was able to do what he did. Dude, Robb played them. That's what they get for doubting him, though. Like, literally the entire time, Tywin was like, "Oh, it's Robb, I've got it. Like, he's gonna die so quick." And, like, he just undermined him so much. Dang, the guys who were keeping watch kept vanishing. I'm weak. Tywin was often quiet in council, preferring to listen before he spoke, a habit Tyrion himself tried to emulate. Robb's direwolf killed 4 men and ripped apart a dozen horses. That's crazy. Lord Blackwood found Sir Edmure Tully in chains, among with other captors, and made off with all of them. Damn, they got played. Somebody is saying that they should sue for peace because Robb can now march to Castle Rock if he wanted to. They don't want to trade the Stark daughters for Jaime because Jaime is worth more than that? Bruh. Interesting. Tywin kicked everybody out. He's crashing out because Jaime was taken, but then he gives Tyrion his like full cup of wine. It's interesting. I feel like Tyrion kind of finally earned a little bit of respect from Tywin in this like bickering mess because he's the only one kind of being logical right now. Damn. Tyrion said, "Joffrey's only a boy. At his age, I committed a few follies of my own." Then Tywin said, "I suppose we ought to be grateful that he has not yet married a whore." Tywin... Tyrion sipped at his wine, wondering how Lord Tywin would look if he flung the cup in his face. Ooh, Renly has married Marjorie. Interesting. So Cersei commanded Tywin to come back to the Red Keep to defend them against Renly. And then she hasn't told Joffrey yet because she feels like if she tells Joffrey about Renly, Joffrey will want to go fight Renly. Messy. Joffrey wants to lead the City Watch? He basically just said Joffrey's more stupid than Tyrion. Trevor's here. Trevi. What are you doing, buddy? I should rename Trevor to Vermithor. Stop eating the book. Tyrion smiled and said, "Take heart, father. At least Rhaegar Targaryen is still dead." They're making for Harrenhal now. Because if they stay here, they'll have 3 armies, like, surrounding them. then he's sending Sir Gregor out in front of them to basically like set all of the Riverlands on fire. Lovely. Tyrion's getting sent to King's Landing to rule in Tywin's stead, and he's telling him like he needs to get a grip on Joffrey, like Joffrey's making everything a hot mess. And then Tywin mentions that he's like upset that Janos Slynt got Harrenhal because Harrenhal is the seat of kings, and it's going to effing Janos Slynt. Oh, he's also mad that they dismissed Barristan Selmy. Yikes, y'all are making a mess of things over there. Oh my gosh. Tywin's going off right now. He said, "Can anyone say the same of the Hound? You feed your dog bones under the table. You do not seat him beside you on the high bench." Damn. Tywin said, "I see you've taken a few lessons from me. More than you know, father." Dang. So big reason why Tyrion was promoted is because Tywin is basically marking Jaime as dead. And he's like, Tyrion's all I have left. So that's where this like touch of like fatherliness is coming from, is he thinks that Tyrion's the last he has. That sucks. Oh, Tyrion. That was such a good chapter. I love getting more of like Tywin and Tyrion. You just really get to see like how much Tyrion has picked up off of Tywin. And it's like Tyrion is one of my favorite characters, especially in the show, because he's just so crafty and schemy and always gets out of these scenarios. And we really get to see like where he learned that from. But it's crazy to see like the amount of like anger that Tywin has towards Joffrey and Cersei right now. I never really like felt like that when I first watched the show. Like I just felt like everything was a mess and he's sending Tyrion because he has no one else to send. But like when you're in the book in this chapter, it's so much more than that. He's pissed about everything. I love it. Okay, we're on to Jon. Oh, Jon is leaving. Oh, speaking of, I have this weird theory that Jon just talked about, how his wrappings are off his hand. I was thinking the other day, like, what if, I don't know, something about like White Walker blood, or like, I don't know. I have to do more digging on this because it just like randomly crossed my mind when I was editing the video the other day. But Jon's injury was like very strange, and I feel like that's gonna come back later, where he gets injured by this wight. And I have to like go back and reread the scene of what exactly happened, because the injury caused Jon's hand to like burn and sting and, you know, whatever. And I feel like that could be used against the wights later. Like maybe we could like take their blood and inject it back into them, and then it like kills them or something. I don't know. I feel like that injury is relevant, but I have to go back through and like look at the chapter and see what exactly happened and what caused his injury to react that way, because I feel like that's important. I don't know. Jon's talking about how he left the sword and how it's like probably a raw wound for Lord Mormont because of what Jorah did. That's so sad. See, I know Jon is like leaving because of everything that's happening, but like what was his plan here? Because if he were to like get out, would he even be welcomed at Winterfell? Like, because he's technically abandoned his watch, so like where would he even go? You know, like even if he went to Robb, I feel like Robb would have to honor the oath of the Night's Watch. Like we saw Ned doing that at the beginning of the book. So it's one of those things where it's like, Jon, you're abandoning your watch, and I don't think you're going to be welcomed with open arms. So we didn't really think this one through that much. He's thinking of the guy that got beheaded. That's a good question. Jon's thinking of what would Ned do if that deserter had been Benjen? Would he have done it? It's a good question. I don't know if he would or not. Like, I feel like the Ned I used to know in the show would have done it, but the Ned I know in the book might not have done it. I don't know. Let me know your guys' thoughts on that. I feel if If he must perish, let it be with a sword in his hand, fighting his father's killers. He was no true Stark, had never been one, but he could die like one. Poor Jon. He made it to Molestown. He's talking about how the men break their oaths at Molestown, but like no one really seems to care about that. Uh-oh, where's Ghost? Sam went and got the guys. Dude, that's crazy. Jon went so much further. That's insane. Ghost snitched on him. They hadn't even worn armor to go get Jon. I love that Ghost was the one to snitch out Jon's location. Ghost has the best intentions for Jon, or at least the Lord's intentions. I need to figure out what the rule of the direwolves is. Jon's going back to the wall and he's like, it's fine, I'll just leave a different day. I'll pretend to be happy and then I'll leave. Mormont said the things we love destroy us every time. Damn. Maester Aemon told Commander Mormont that Jon was probably gonna leave. Mormont said, we expected you to do what you did. I ordered a watch on you. That's crazy. He's talking about Robb and Robb being in battle. He's like, he's got plenty of men. Like, what are you gonna do? He said, do you carry a grumpkin in your pocket to magic up your sword? Why is Commander Mormont so funny? Mormont said his sister is in that war right now. There's nothing they can do. Lord Mormont said, I think you were meant to be here. Period. Jon's like asking his family to forgive him for staying at the wall. Okay, we're going out beyond the wall. I just feel like going out beyond the wall is like, I definitely think like Commander Mormont does not realize like what's going on outside of the wall. And so when they're gonna go out beyond the wall, it definitely makes me nervous because I feel like it's just all bad. We have like Mance Rayder, Benjen Stark is missing. Then on top of that, we have the White Walkers stirring, the others stirring. Trouble. But that was a really good chapter. Poor Jon. He's so in his head. It's definitely crazy because I think he like comes to these terms of like, you know, I'd rather die defending my father and maybe be seen as a Stark than just stay at the wall and do nothing. But I'm happy that the guys went back for him because he definitely needed that. Okay, we're on to Cat. Lord Edmure's here. She's gonna go visit her father. So, Father Tully, I think it's Hoster Tully. He wanted it to be a secret that he was like kind of sick and dying because otherwise the Tullys would have been seen as weak and then the Lannisters would have attacked. Kat's blaming herself for all of this for taking Tyrion. Damn. He likes to sit in the sun and watch the rivers, like Cat used to do. This is so sad. He's saying, little cat, I watched for you, just like she used to do. He watched Robb's little battle with Jaime. That's so cute. Aw, he was hoping Lysa came. A big part of their conflict between the Blackfish and Hoster Tully was he didn't want to marry. That's so funny that the big part of their beef is because Brynden didn't want to marry the red wine girl. Everything Robb does reminds her of Ned. It's so sad. Aw, there's like a big group of them at their prayers. She's thinking about like her, Liza, Peter Baelish. She's talking about how his breath smells like mint. She said she could almost feel his sweaty fingers on her shoulder and taste the mint of his breath. Weird. What the heck? Kat was talking to her sister and she said he tried to put his tongue in my mouth. Liza said he did with me too. I liked it. So their little friendship was a little more growing up, it seems like. Like they would like touch and kiss and whatever. Weird. Oh, she's thinking about if Rob has ever been kissed. That's so sad. He's like riding into battle being a whole like man and she doesn't even know if he's had like a first kiss yet or not. Kat said, what Blackwood urged, Bracken opposed. I love that. I love that there's still like conflict with them even to this day. We definitely see the influence of the gods a lot because they're all talking about like what side they pick right now. They're talking about like Renly, Stannis, Joffrey, and Rob was like, oh, I prayed about it, but like the gods aren't answering me. Like, I don't know what to do. And it's like, of course the gods aren't answering him because the gods want him to be like king in the north and they're like leading him towards that path. The gods are like, they're like playing chess with everybody. You know, everybody's just a pawn on the gods' board. No way. She's like talking about potentially forming like a peace or a truce with the Lannisters. And all the men are like, F no, like I can't believe you would say that. And then she's like, listen, like none of these dead people are going to come back to life. Like, do we want to kill more people or do we want to figure this out? And they're like, you're a woman. You don't understand. You're of the gentler sex. Men have a need for vengeance. Bruh. It's like the same thing they're saying to like Rhaenyra right now. It's crazy. She said, give me Cersei Lannister and you would see how gentle a woman can be. LOL. That's a good point. The Karstark said, what did Torrhen and Eddard die for if I am to return to Carhold with nothing but their bones? That's true. They kind of like came all this way for like what, you know? But I mean, what was their plan to begin with? I know they were like going to like defend Riverrun, but like Riverrun's been defended now. Ned is dead. Like there's really not much else they can do unless they try to usurp the throne. Or go home. She knows that they're not gonna listen for peace. They just want war. I also think it's really interesting that they don't know that Joffrey is illegitimate. Like, there's no question right now. They just keep saying, like, do we side with King Joffrey or do we side with Renly? Like, it's kind of crazy that Joffrey is, like, actually in the running right now because they don't know. The King in the North. Damn. King in the North for Rob. That's so scary too because I mean like the last time we had, you know, the Stark family involved with like a prince or a king, it was Lyanna. So it's like we saw how that turned out. So like I just would be so wary of my son being a king in the North. Like I'd be like, no, we're not doing that. But it is a really sweet gesture and it does make sense. Like the entire reason they kind of bowed in the first place was for the dragons and there's no more dragons. So I don't know, the discontent in the world, it's a perfect time for them to like break off and do their own thing. And y'all do your thing. Okay, y'all, we're on to Dany. This is our last chapter. Dude, the last Dany chapter was insane. It was so good. I'm really excited for this one. Midi is like talking to her about blood magic, and she's saying, you call me Maggie? As if it were a curse, but all it means is wise. You're a child with a child's ignorance. Whatever you mean to do, it will not work. So she knows, like, Dany is going to try to do the dragon eggs. Damn, Dany's cold. She said, I'm tired of her braying, and then Jogo whipped her. Yikes. Aggo was going to put the weapons that Dany got for their like wedding gifts, and she said those are mine and I mean to keep them. Interesting. Oh damn, Dany, she's not playing. Ser Jorah said, princess. She said, why do you call me that? My brother Viserys was your king, was he not? And she said, Viserys is dead. I'm his heir. She's having Jorah call her queen? Go off, Dany. I feel like since last chapter to this chapter, there's like a switch in Dany. She seems a lot more confrontational, a lot more like aggressive, a lot more strong. It's very interesting. It seems kind of quick. I mean, she did just go through a lot, though, to be fair. Jorah said, I loved my lady wife once, yet I did not die with her. So what happened to her? I know she's dead now, but what happened? Damn. Dany said, I was a child yesterday, today I'm a woman, tomorrow I will be old. That's so interesting because you can definitely tell the difference in Dany this chapter versus last chapter. She definitely seems a lot older, a lot stronger. And then tomorrow she'll have her dragons. So that's very interesting. Ooh, she's trying to make Jogo her blood rider. Jogo basically said no, that it would shame him to be a blood rider to a woman. She completely ignored him and said, if I look back, I'm lost. That's Dany's quote now. AGOT also said no. They're not technically saying no. They're just saying, like, I can't say that. Dany said, Sir Jorah, greatest of knights, I have no bride gift for you, but I swear one day you shall have from my hands a long sword like none the world has seen, dragon forged and made of Valyrian steel. I want that to happen. That'd be so sick. Jorah's the first ever Queen's card. If I look back, I'm lost. I love that quote for her. Midi said, you're mad. She said, is it so far from madness to wisdom? Got a point. She said, it's not your screams I want, only your life. I remember what you told me. Only death can pay for life. So she took everything Midi did with Drogo, Rhaego, and she's using that exactly for the dragon eggs. And that's why Midi at the beginning of the chapter was like, you're not a witch. Like, you don't know what you're doing. This isn't going to work. Interesting. So when a cow like dies and gets burned, he basically like goes into the stars, and the brighter the star is, the fiercer like that man burned. And then that's when they see the comet. That's insane. And she calls it a dragon's tail. Oh my gosh. Dany's like right in front of the flames, and she's like, oh, the flames writhed before her like the woman who had danced at her wedding. Then she said, this is a wedding too, she thought. Dang, she's seeing all this stuff in the flames. They're all like animals, but they kind of remind me of like the house sigils. She's seeing fire lions, serpents, unicorns made of pale blue flame, fish, foxes, monsters, White Walkers, wolves, birds, and then she sees a horse that's Khal Drogo. Okay, y'all, listen. This moment is really cool, right? Dany's in the fire. She's seeing a bunch of stuff. Everybody's freaking out because she's in the fire. But she's kind of losing it a little bit. Like, and I don't know, I could be like overreading this, but I feel like she's a little like manic. She has these thought processes right now where she's like, no, my good knight, don't fear me. And then she keeps saying, don't you see? And like, see is like in all caps. Like, it seems like a little like manic in a way. And I feel like that comment she made to Midi of like, is it wisdom or is it madness? I feel like Dany's like crossing that line right now between like, you know, very quiet and meek and Dany, and then now like kind of like the craziness of a dragon, where she's just like kind of crossing it, like a little like Daemon Targaryen vibes, you know what I mean? Like a little crazy, just a teeny bit. Unafraid, Dany stepped forward into the firestorm, calling to her children. Oh my gosh. The cream and gold dragon was suckling at her left breast, the bronze and green at her right. She's breastfeeding them? Dang. Drogo's eyes are red as coals, like the one she saw in the vision of Rhaegar. and her. So she is Drogo. Like, they're matched. Drogon. Sorry. Now the guys are saying blood of my blood. She just had to show her power a little bit. See, weird comments from Dany. She's saying like everybody's bowing to her, and Dany only had to look in their eyes to know that they were hers forever. Today, tomorrow, forever. Hers as they had never been Drogo's. Which is like, I like that comment, but at the same time, like, I don't like that comment because, like, I feel like it's a little manic. Like, she's, like, on this high right now because she got this vision. And I mean, naturally, this would cause a high. But I do feel like a part of her is, like, kind of crossing that boundary of a little bit of mania there. Just a tiny bit. I'm really excited to see what she looks like after this chapter, though. That gave me goosebumps. That's crazy. For the first time in hundreds of years, the night came alive with the music of dragons. That's crazy! Yo, we finished! Dany's chapters were so good, especially those last couple ones. They were insane. But I feel like, I don't know, I'm definitely really eager to get more Dany in the next book. Hopefully we have Dany chapters. I'm assuming we do. Just because I feel like you can definitely feel the switch in Dany between last chapter and this chapter, where it's like, it feels like she's different. And I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's kind of like an aggressive Dany. It feels very much like she just went through a lot and she's kind of like mad and powerful and strong. But it also gives off a little bit of like mania, which I've said a lot this chapter. It just gives a little bit of like kind of like crazy like Daemon like dragon vibes, you know, like fire and blood, like she's a dragon that can't be controlled type of thing. And I feel like we're starting to cross that boundary with Dany, which is very interesting because when we watched the show I never got that vibe from her. So I'm very eager to see like her as a person, like now that she has the dragons, now that she's kind of like, it feels like her character's changing a little bit. Now that that's starting to move and change, like what is she gonna look like next book? That's gonna be interesting. But y'all, this was so good. We finally finished Game of Thrones book 1. It was so good. I'm so happy we've decided to read these because this has been literally so much fun. So I'm really excited to start book 2. Like I've said, we are moving, so I will start book 2 probably in the middle of our move or, you know, soon. So by the time this is up on YouTube, we will probably be maybe halfway through the second book. So this was so much fun though, y'all. I literally loved every second of this book. It's so immersive. It's so fun. And I'm so excited to get more into the next book. But that's all I've got for this video. I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your day and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, bye.